dance. Do you want to dance?
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to an Office Hours special. This is for you European viewers and non-American viewers or Australian viewers, and I guess some of you Americans, because who can't stay up that late. Welcome, everybody. Let's get to the office. Hello, my name is Paul Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. This is the Office Hours. This is a kind of an AMA stream where I kind of do small little updates, talk about news, talk about lore, just kind of hang out and chill and talk. We also do kind of segments of this, which are pullouts from reading through the monthly reports or other kind of segments as well. So, welcome. I know how CIG can get forgiven for 318. Give me my X1. It's going to be a while for that one. Now, I did a similar AMA on the Astro Historian channel yesterday, and I said I wasn't going to talk a lot about the development because that's really not the place for it. This is. And all I got to say is I hate being right sometimes. Someone commented on the last video I did. The last Office Hours I did, where I said, you probably won't even be able to log into the game over the weekend. Why am I right? Please stop me. Somebody, please. At this point, I'm convinced that Cam isn't actually Cam. She's actually just Apollo in disguise. Does that feel bad? Lunch special, yes. It's late in the afternoon for everybody else, or evening. But we are still sponsored by Mech Arena, so if you are waiting for your chance to log in to Star Citizen, check out Mech Arena. It's an easy way of helping out the channel as well. It's a pretty fun game. I played it on Sunday. If you want to check out the VODs for that, I would heavily suggest just downloading it, using the link !Mecha in chat. You can go down below in the description if you're on Twitch. I have to get a mecha command for that. Major outage reporting for duty. But I get extra money for it for everyone who downloads it, gets past the tutorial. So if you're willing to help out the channel, if you want to financially support the channel, and you're like, hey, I don't have a ton of money right now, but you got like 12 minutes, takes less than that, download it, try it out. You go, meh, I don't really care about it, then you can move on. What is Stella Fortuna and why is it canceled? Well, that's the thing. Stella Fortuna is a CIG's in-game version of St. Patrick's Day. There's a whole lore behind it. It's the first interstellar or interplanetary holiday that humanity has ever celebrated. It was a celebration about the colonization of Mars, to celebrate the pioneers who first settled Mars, and it evolved since then. But it's like a good luck sign, like you start businesses on Stella Fortuna and so on and so forth. It happens March 15th every year. And, this week in Star Citizen came out and mentioned nothing about it. They would have normally if it was some sort of sale. And Jake did actually confirm something, if I can pull it up. I asked Jake about this, and he said I talked about it, and then I found the article or the comment. So I will pull this up. Yeah, happy Pi Day. I forgot it's Pi Day. So this week in Star Citizen, this was posted yesterday, about it goes to the 15th according to Galactipedia, but it was not mentioned. And Jake confirmed, hey, y'all, Stella Fortuna is indeed coming in the near future, and we'll share info once we have it. So there was some question on if it was canceled or not. The answer is no, but likely CIG has delayed it because of the tire fire that is 318. Yeah. So it's interesting that happy birthday, Dead Ringer. But it's interesting that CIG has the wherewithal to cancel it. Now, I felt bad about this because I posted something, and a couple members of CIG approached me and basically were like, dude, what the fuck? Because I made a joke about how they, about how they apologized, because CIG did officially apologize for 318. And I made a sassy quote about being like, oh, sales must have been lower than they thought. Because I know that CIG just doesn't apologize. Like, they never do. But they actually have multiple times now for 318. And, it was stupid to say that kind of thing. But I also think that it's kind of fucked up. There's a lot of people who are going to be venting their anger at the community team who had no decision on whether 318 was going to launch in the current state it is in. That is entirely the heads of development, especially since CIG has this tendency to release on a fucking Friday, and I hope CIG just stops doing that, honestly, after this, because it's one of those things where it's like, it's just not worth it. It's never going to worth the timing. If CIG truly doesn't care about timing and truly doesn't care about how it affects sales or anything else like that, then think of the people you're working for. But sadly, and I'll talk about this on Thursday, this is going to be the exact same situation with 4.0. So if you are super hyped for server meshing and all those things in the future, and you're like, oh, 318 was going to be buggy, 4.0 is going to be this again. CIG will push it before it's ready because they need to just get it out so they can continue to develop, and it will be in PTU for probably almost as long, probably not as long, but still longer than, say, 3.0. And it will still have buckets of problems that will go wrong with it. So. Oh, yeah. And then you have the real weird people who blame Jared. Here, I'll pull up the image that I captured. This is like, what the fuck? It's not there. Oh, go away. There we go. Here it is. I don't really care about doxing this person because they deserve to have this. They decided to put it on a public site, so I don't care. Let's read the obviously completely sane response to this from this person. This is a disaster and is 100% the fault of management, CIG, and specifically Jared. Sure, people are annoyed that the patch was delayed 6 months, but it already delayed 6 months. Absolutely no one was demanding it being released this week until Jared chose to announce that it would be released. Breaking that down at the very beginning, yes, they were. So many people were making memes about 318 never being released. So that's a fucking lie. Apparently, without even checking if it was ready for release. Jared does not dictate if a game is released or not. And Jared made the comment after multiple people had already announced it, including the community team. And the community team wouldn't have announced it without the development team deciding it. So I knew it was a bad sign when I came back after a long, long break, and Jared was still the community manager. Wow. So I started off with a great one. He's not a community manager, by the way. He's the head of media stuff. So he does like all the videos and such. I swear to God, this game would be released already if it weren't for him, Chris Roberts, and the other higher-ups at CIG. Man, we're already starting down to this fantastic road of absolute insanity. The amount of rookie mistakes they make over and over after this decade of experience is mind-boggling. This is exactly how I remember communication being back in 2016. What? You're high, sir, or ma'am, or non-binary person. You are insane. You are absolutely high. They really learned nothing. Any company would have gone under long ago, but thanks to the graciousness and stupidity of their backers, CIG keeps bumbling along. Honestly, feel bad for the developers and engineers. It's clear these people have an incredible amount of skill, and it's just as clear there's hardly a single competent project manager in the whole company. Holy shit. Sir, madam, NB, whoever you may be, whatever drugs you are on, please give me some of that, because that is the only way that you are this righteous and this wrong. Because the other way is you're disingenuous or you actually have no idea what you're talking about, which I'm not going to assume that, because that would be offensive to someone posting on the internet. You never tell them that they don't know what they're talking about, because people get defensive about that. But it's insane. People, all these sorts of things. But, one, doesn't know Jared's title. Two, doesn't understand either Jared's actual position or the position they thought he had has anything to do with functional decision making, and we're not even at the starting paragraph. Did a good took 9 hours of quality play Saturday morning. Woke up early 3 a.m. to do so. So I was able to get a few times once the infinite memory bug had me doing something else in my time. Yeah, the issue is, and I'll said this, I'll say this ahead of time. The issue is, and this is the same issue that's going to happen to 4.0. It's not really the PES, as far as I can tell, because people who can get in the game are playing it fine. I haven't heard many issues about 30Ks or other issues as well from people. There may be, but I don't know. A lot of people are saying this is the best that they've ever played it. Likely because the volume of so low of people that the back-end services aren't as bad. I did also hear that there's some problems with back-end connections and such like that, which is to be expected. But most of the issues are pretty minor. It's reclamation of ships. It's small stuff which seems to have more to do with the game than it has to do with technology. And that's really what's going to happen in 4.02. There'll be small things that will break because that always worked, and old bugs that will come back because when you add new shit to a game, it will do weird things to the game. So It's the communication and the responsiveness of the back end. It's certainly related heavily to PES. Okay, so I guess PES is entirely fucked. Because I always thought it was more of a, from what I saw, it was more of to deal with the game side of things, not necessarily the back end side of things. Oh yeah, game's still completely down. Do you feel this is a make or break for PES? No. Y'all, like, PES works. We've seen it work. It works it worked in PTU. It's just not able to handle the volume of people trying to beat it to death, which is always going to be the problem. And so they have to add more things to it. It's so, like, people, panicked people often will do this. Well, they'll talk about, especially with Star Citizens, like something isn't working properly, and they're like, "Oh no, it's this. We're gonna have to completely replace this." And it's like, no, the fact that it's even at this stage means it's fine. They'll get it functioning. It just means they have to add more things or change things around. Activation simulator, yeah. It's still processing your entitlement. Well, I guess you're not entitled there, Sergeant Brick. So that's a good thing. The sky's fallen syndrome, yeah. Nope, the servers they use for PTU are the exact same as live servers. It's just the scale. Probably less than 10% of the population of the game, of the community, actually plays PTU, even open PTU, even hype things. You might see a little bit higher with things like 318, but generally speaking, most people don't play PTU. They wait for the live release. And 318 was an incredibly hyped release by lots and lots of people who have been hoping for something big, so... So, given the announcement CIG made, they took these servers down for maintenance. They said they would be making changes to PES infrastructure in order to hopefully fix the issues. Yeah, they've been doing that over the last weekend, too. And the scaling is the thing. They had to get it to live to the visibility on these problems at scale. That's the problem, is that there's not enough volume of people playing PTU for them to test what it would be like in an actual live environment. Yeah, no, the stress test in PTU is never good enough. It's good enough for some things, especially with small bug fixings and such, and they do their best to try to do as much as they can. But the reality is that the Star Citizen backers do not play PTU, not in the same volume as live. Do they do anything anymore if the people join PPS like every free fly ship? Every ship is ship free fly? I don't know. They may have, but I don't think that would have changed much. The issue is for a lot of people that I've seen is twofold. One, they don't want to have they don't want to play a game unless it actually impacts their experience. So like when people found out that there was a wipe for 318, many people just stopped playing 317 because they're like, what's the point? They may have hopped on once in a while with friends, but that's it. The other thing is server space or storage space. Many people just don't have enough space to have both PTU and live game list files on their PC, so they clear it off. Yep, you're not going to be able to log in probably until 318.1 there. I can't read the name from in Arabic. Hey, Nick's Outcast. Yeah, this is kind of a special one. Okay, but I strongly believe that CIG needs to learn how to support these kinds of patch releases. They should know by now what's needed to guarantee for more stability. They should not be released at the same time for all regions. That is probably a good idea, and they should probably do a slow rollout in the future. But that would also cause nothing but pitchforks, because people were like, why are Americans playing and not the British or the French or the Germans? American bias. And then you create all this sort of weird sort of problem. Can someone tell me what we're talking about? Oh, it's about the most recent release there, Devor. I saw your message. I haven't gotten up to you. I haven't gotten back to you on that, but... Yeah, and if you just post it to streamers, then people get angry also. Yeah, the issue it becomes that there is really no good way of doing the release that CIG can do. The best they can do is learn from this and try to improve it, but I can guarantee you they will not. This is not me being salty. This is not me being like hating on CIG. It's just, for some reason, there is a disconnect between every step of the process between PTU and live. And there are some things that just work internally that do not work for on live. And then, I don't know what it is. Oh no, there are plenty of people who play it as a viable game, Sergeant Briggs. That's the thing. There are many people who play it as their main game. Howdy. Earlier could get into PTU, but could not retrieve any ship. List was empty. I got 1900 when I started the game. Yeah, I don't work for CIG. Don't know what to tell you. Yeah, this is going to happen this is 100% going to happen in 4.0. So if any of you are like, just remember this, all right? Especially all you newer folks, remember this moment, remember this week. And when CIG says 4.0 is coming out on March 5th, 2024, remember, just say, all right, I'm going to wait a month before hopping into 4.0, because I won't be able to even play the game at 4.0. The thing is that I wouldn't blame the marketing videos for hyping it up. Honestly, they released them at the release. Like, there's a problem. Here's the other problem. That's assuming that CIG understood that it was entirely busted when they released it. CIG knew there was going to be a problem. They just didn't know how bad it was going to be. So, I don't think dynamic server meshing will be that bad. Dynamic server meshing is going to have less of an impact than static server meshing, because again, the difference between dynamic and static is simply how the servers are handled, not necessarily how the servers interact with the clients. Evening, I hope we get to know what went wrong after they fixed it. As a developer myself, I'm interested in that kind of info. Have you seen their post-mortems, Martin? Because they do post-mortems usually about a month after a patch release. Yeah, I saw a lot of people blaming marketing for it. It's like, I think it's just a knee-jerk reaction at this point, where people go like, marketing promoted this game. It's like, no, yes, no. What's their job? To promote the game, but to get you to play the game. But that what you're assuming with that is marketing tells people to play the game despite knowing that the game is broken. Those videos were made probably months ago, weeks ago at minimum, and produced ready to release, and they were released right at 318. But yeah. 2/3 of what they showed in the game is not in the game? What do you mean? I think most of it's in the game. Actually, all of it's in the game. I think there was only one section where they were like mulching up, doing the hole scraping stuff that wasn't in the game. But it was almost all of it was in the game. They showed one shot of component salvage and hole munch, and a little shot of salvage or of hole munching. I used to know a guy who's the head of marketing at a company, and I pointed at how I disliked marketing, and that embellishes the truth. And he says, "That's what marketing is." He was a terrible marketer then. Marketing isn't embellishing the truth. Marketing is getting attention to a product to sell that product. If your friend was marketing by lying to people, then they were doing bad marketing, because the end result would be people not liking the product because they were lied to, and causing the company to probably lose a lot of money. Because people aren't stupid, and it wouldn't take but a half a minute before people realized how fucked up that was. Now, I'm sure there are some marketers out there who do that, but it's just a shitty tactic. It's a bad tactic. Speaking as someone who has worked in marketing, devs wish they knew exactly what their build was going to do in 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah. Hey, Nick. I saw you as well. You're heading out? Hey, de Gunther. Have we heard anything about Stella Fortuna? I assume they rushed it live last week because they didn't want to have to do 317.6 for the event. Last we heard, it is still planned on being released, but it's going to be released later. So they're not going to have it this week for obvious reasons. I like apply to progressive maintenance, continue to monitor that one of the devs put out in the status watcher. Yeah. It was definitely a line of don't lie, but tell the good parts of the truth. Not going to say he was a good marketer, just an anecdote. He's sort of right. You wanna highlight the good parts of it, and you don't want to highlight any bad parts of it, because that's just stupid. You wouldn't go up to somebody you're trying to like work a business deal with and be like, I have terrible narcissism, hello, or I'm afraid of the dark and cats. Like, that's not what you do when you meet somebody new. You try to get as good impression as possible, but the goal is to attract people's attention to what you want them to see, and then to check it out themselves. That's why we have click-throughs and retention and those sorts of concepts. So. Why is 318? Why is 310 out? CIG don't know what they're doing. Why did they release Friday? Why did they push it? If they had pushed it on Monday, people would have complained. If they delayed Monday, people would have complained. Yeah, but I still think that it would have been better for everyone involved, including the engineers, to have released data on a Friday, because it just means that people are working over the weekend. They may still have to work over the next weekend, but at least then they could get a lot of the stuff fixed before the weekend, because that's when most people play. I'm surprised they released it with the known issues list at that time. You should see the 317.5 known issues list. Known issues lists are very, very long, and they always have problems which are game-breaking to some people and not to others. Hey, Matthew Adams. Yeah, it's the unknown issues is part of it. Releasing midweek may have decreased the amount of people coming in at once. Perhaps they wanted to flood the test just how robust their system was. Possibly, though, in my opinion, it was because they wanted to try to release it before Stella Fortuna, and they had hoped that they would have a decent release with some issues that they would fix as they went along, and then release a patch like Wednesday or Thursday, and then have Stella Fortuna on Friday, so that they could. They could get the best of both worlds, but I watched Space Tomato and Board Gamer. Saw you in one of his videos, so I'm sure I'm here. So here I am. I've been in both Board and Space Tomato have been on my Captain's Table podcast, and I hang out with Space Tomato a lot. I'm often on his stuff, and he's often on mine, that kind of stuff, and we're all both on the Infrunners. So welcome. Everybody's working on the weekend. Vented my frustration about 318 by playing 318 freelance mode. That is another good way of generating more frustration. If you want to try to try something new, you can always try today's sponsor, MechArena. Exclamation point Mecha in chat will give you that link, which you click that link, it gives me a credit as long as you play it through the tutorial. I'm trying to get 50 people to sign up, 50 new people to sign up, just because. If I get 50 people, I get a little bit of a bonus. So, and it's actually a pretty fun game. I played it live on stream on Sunday, and I played it before the stream and such like that. So I've got 25 out of 50. What's the distribution of the teams like? I know Engine is a lot like in Germany office. It's everywhere. I mean, pretty much every office has a version of the team. Like, I don't know if Austin specifically, and I think they all do. There is a ship team in the US and a ship team in the EU, and I think like Germany has part of the ship team, and Manchester has part of the ship team, and then the US is, between the LA and Austin office, they both have ship team members. So it's like every studio has portions of every team. The main focus, though, the Germany is the Engine, Manchester is Squadron 42, Austin is Live Ops and running the servers for the PU, and LA is mostly administrative, though they do some other stuff as well. I have to ask, what's your view on the HABs coming? I have to ask, what's your thoughts on the ship modular coming? Well, I'm looking forward to the HABs because I think HABs will be a nice little addition. One of the biggest addition, or one of the biggest parts of any MMO is customization. And having a HAB that you can own and store your stuff in and use is a nice kind of addition. It will have some gameplay features, but probably not a ton. And ship modularization, I'm looking forward to it, but I really need to see where it is, because I don't even know if CIG really fully understands how it's going to work. So I'd have to know more about it and its details. Status update, servers are now under maintenance. Yep. Yeah, it's going to be happening for this entire week. The best part of persistent hangers will be putting unstable quantanium in there. Oof. Yeah, we have things like bobbleheads and flags, which are nice. Happy Patch Week. Yeah. Joseph is there is in chat trying to convert Freak to Elite Dangerous. I definitely try it out. Though it's it's hard for me to sit here and go like play Elite Dangerous, because you have to get the Odyssey update, and the Odyssey and Elite Dangerous can be kind of expensive combined. But at the same time, if you like space games, it's definitely worth a shot. I don't know if they ever do free flight stuff, but it'd be good. They would probably benefit from free flight more than any other space company out there, space game. Oh, hey, Celine. There we go. Celine also knows she does a lot of Elite and Star Citizen. Do extreme sales frequently. Yeah. The one thing I will say is don't go into Elite thinking it's Star Citizen. It's the detail is lost a lot in Elite compared to Star Citizen. There's a lot more. The scale is a little different, and it feels a little bit more generic. There are some there's more generic aspects to it. It does have a lot of world building and interesting stuff into it, but you really kind of there's a lot of grind involved to get to that part. I'm quite new compared to you guys, and I hate bringing up what's the original game plan was totally changes to what people have pledged. Yeah, I mean, it has, but 'tis the nature of game development. As I always like to point out, Halo was originally an RTS. Several games out there started off as completely different games before becoming the games they were. Overwatch was originally an MMO. It was supposed to be the MMO to replace WoW with, that they just kind of failed, called Project Titan. So there are many games that end up in development that release different from what they originally planned, just because of practicality and just fun factor. Sometimes you develop a game and you go, this sucks, and then you build a new game using the same kind of assets. And that's just kind of how those games work. That's how game development works. You kind of feel out what you're making until you find what works, or you fuck up. One of the two. Not just an RTS, and Mac RTS, yeah. Not to be a dick, but those were all $60 games. Okay, Star Citizen's a $45 game. You could have gotten it back in, if you're an original backer, you'd have gotten it for like $20 in some cases. I don't know. Maybe it's always weird when because I always think of, like, I'll say something like, I don't know if this game's worth it because it's pretty pricey, and someone says, but Star Citizen, and my response is always, Star Citizen's $45. You can purchase more, but you really don't have to, and I wouldn't suggest anyone to do it unless they really, really wanted to. Yeah, the issue is also scope, but I don't think the scope changed as much as people think. A lot of what CIG wanted to do was always planned from the beginning. It was just the timing. At some point, I'll sit down and make like an actual documentary about the development of Star Citizen to kind of go through and chart every part of it, but that's going to be like a huge effort on my part, and I'm not going to do that yet because we're not even close. Probably closer when we get closer to beta. But the Star Citizen was always supposed to be an ambitious game to do a bunch of stuff. The thing that really changed everything was landing on planets, because the original game design had no landing on planets. There was no procedurally landing on planets. You would land on a planet through a cutscene, and then you may have, on some planets, you may have a limited area to roam. And that map would be like hard boundary, like kill zone area, where like if you walked across the boundary, it'd kill you. Those sorts of things. So it was a very different game. And once they got procedural landing to work, they had to rework everything to work with that. So in your experience, is this the roughest update you've seen, or is this about normal? This is a pretty rough update. It's not nearly as rough as 2.0 or 3.0, but it's up there. I would say it's slightly better than 3.0. But it was a 3.0 level update. 4.0 is going to be something similar. It'll probably be better than what we currently have, but it's still going to be bad. I'd venture to guess that you could log in with 4.0, but you're going to be crashing every 2 minutes because of the 30K issues. A book for the behind-the-scenes development Star Citizen Squadron 42 could be fascinating. Sounds like job for the AstroPub. So I'm sure CIG will do something like that. Yeah, server disconnects will be amplified. You'll have more losing stuff. Like you'll crash and lose everything you had, and your reputation will get reset and all that kind of stuff. But Elite does sound really good. Yeah. So it's not me shitting on Elite. It's just more of a like each game has difference. Like what Elite brings to the table is scale. Scale while keeping a consistent theme. I kind of see it as like levels of blurriness. No Man's Sky is the blurriest of the space games because it's just kind of meshes into garbage goop. It kind of everything's just kind of the same, but it's as a result it's huge and massive and like just ginormous amounts of space. And it's a sandbox. You can do anything you want. And then Elite is more focused, but still huge, but still a little bit more blurry. It's not quite as like refined and dialed in terms of its visuals, in terms of its scope, in terms of all that kind of stuff. It still has some of that jank of like popping out and you leave your ship. You just, fade to black, fade up kind of thing. And the models are still kind of, they lack personality. They're very they feel very much like a lot of the models you can see in other space games, like Space Engineers and such like that, where it's just kind of, it has some things, but it's still kind of got that blocky appearance. And then you have Star Citizen, where the scope is much smaller in terms of size of the universe, but the details are a lot more refined. Not to say any of them are bad, but they're all different attempts. Like the reason why No Man's Sky can go away with that blurriness is because at its heart, it's a survival game. The reason why Elite has that, is able to do those scales is because it's really designed to be a space game. It's designed to be like the ultimate space simulator game. And Star Citizen is much more erring towards that kind of life sim, immersive sim sort of territory, where they're really trying to get the graphics to look good. So, hey, Star Jump. Eve is, I don't really count Eve into that territory, not because it's bad, but because Eve is like a completely different genre. I wouldn't call Eve a space game, really, or space simulator in the same way the other games. It's much more of an MMO that has a kind of a space skin on top of it. Like a traditional MMO, like a WoW or any of those other things. It's got its own twists to it, like its unique economy and such. Hey, Tal. So when you go to soft death, you have the option to get out of a seat, but when you get out of, you can't move up the, if falling, how are you meant to use drop pods? Are you the escape pods? The escape pods don't work yet for some reason, which I don't get. Given the current issues, do you think, so given the current issues, what do you think will be next released in terms of ships? We'll talk about that here in a moment. I'm going to go through it. As someone once said to me, the difference between ED and SC is that ED is a mile wide but an inch deep, and SC is a mile deep but an inch wide. Something like that. They're built in different perspectives. And that's why whenever I hear people talk about like, oh, which one's the better space game, Elite Dangerous or Star Citizen? My response is, which one's the better shooter, Overwatch or Arma? And most people go, what? Or Fortnite or Squad. They're both shooters. They both have guns. They both can have team-based play, and they both play online. They both take place on the ground. They're obviously the same game, right, guys? Is the game offline? Yeah, the servers are down right now. Honestly, the game's gonna be offline for the next couple of days, probably up and down. It's hard to tell. Valorant or Call of Duty, yeah. That's the thing that always drives me crazy when people say like Starfield is going to destroy Star Citizen. I'm like, they're not even the same genre or the same type of game. The only thing they share is that they are space games. It's so weird that space and like sci-fi gets lumped in together with that sort of like together, but like you never see that with with like shooters or even fantasy. Was there a most recent one? KRG? For Starfield? Because last time I saw was the announcement, the date announcement. No, I'm looking forward to it. I have covered Starfield before, and I will continue to cover Starfield. I just need more information because I'll do Starfield lore stuff. So. Honestly, I think Eve has some aspects that are more space-like than Star Citizen or Elite Dangerous. It's just Eve you're controlling your ship via ship systems while others control your ship directly. Yeah, Everspace 2 is another good one, too. Yeah, Minecraft versus Rust. This break from Star Citizen gives me more time to learn Pathfinder 2e rule set. That's a good point. And again, I'm going to definitely promote the fact that we're partnered with Mech Arena, so if you want to try yourself a nice little bite-sized mecha game to go fight other mechas online, it's a really well-designed game and plays really well. We actually played it on Sunday, and pretty much everyone who played it was like, well, this is really good. This is better than it deserves to be. And if you use the link, which will be !mecha in the chat, to download it and play it, get it through the tutorial. You can do it on mobile or PC. I get updates for it. Sorry, I get updates. I get credit for it. And so right now we're at 25 out of 50. If I get 50, you see this down here. If I get 50 people to sign up, I get a little bonus. So, and it's worth it for free and for just to chat, see it if you like it. Yeah, that's the recent one. Looks smoother in gameplay. It looked okay. I didn't see much of gameplay beyond Todd talking, but. Oh, I found a video of Braben and Chris in voice call together, gushing over space games and each other's projects. The secret that a lot of people don't realize is that the gaming industry is incredibly incestuous. I mean, incredibly incestuous. Chris and Braben were both making games back when the communities were much smaller, in terms of like the developers. So like all of them knew each other, like personally, especially at like conventions and such. They could be competing against each other, but not really like head to head because, you know, you want to play a game, play a game. But the people, like, I follow enough CIG people on, you know, social medias and such like that, and know a bunch of them that they will get excited for other games coming out even in the same genre. I can guarantee you there are multiple people at CIG who are like, man, when's Starfield coming out? Is it September yet? I want to play this game. So Stella Fortuna is not going to be this week. Last we heard, it is still planned, but it's going to take place later. Normally it happens on the 15th. So, I'll put it in YouTube. I got to make a command for that on YouTube. So give me 2 seconds. There we go. So it should be up there now for those of you on YouTube. !mecha will give you the link. Do you go into this deep in lore in others games as well? Not videos, typically. Personally, yes. But for me, it's more of a strategic thing because YouTube punishes you for doing like jumping games and jumping content. Hey, Mr. Thor, thank you so much for that 200. I don't know what type of that is, but thank you. Thank you. Dang near $50 or $20. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thor. Hey, Astro, how long do you think we'll see till tier 0 or tier 1 of engineering? I think the earliest we'll see it is 320. The most likely reality of 320. But if we don't get a 320, it'll be a 4.0 release. Speaking of escape pods, I'm sad we won't get nails. All the aggressively escaping your ships to hostile location pods. I think we're going to get something like that because CIG will find out that a lot of people will use escape pods as that tool in the future just because they can, but... the thing that always puzzled me with Star Citizen is why we not yet have night vision, parachutes, or jetpacks. It should be there with escape pods as well. Well, I'll tell you the reason why we don't have night vision, because there's no real... There's a lot of people at CIG who play fighting games, and one of the things they'll constantly tell you is the worst thing you can do in a fighting game is not have a counter to a play. So if someone is doing a play that has no counter, it's cheap and it's boring and it makes the gameplay unfun. So I've heard them make that analogy before in official releases. And that concept has told me that they don't want to do night vision because A, they want to get it done right. B, they don't have the HUD isn't even finished. They're completely reworking the HUD with Squadron 42 stuff. So we'll see a completely different, probably visor update with FPS mode and flight. So they have to kind of figure that out first. And C, there is no way to not make night vision and thermals incredibly broken. You could see anything and everything you wanted to with those sorts of modes, and there would be no way you could counter them as a person on the ground. And they're already, the flight is already broken to shit. So, parachutes another thing. Parachutes don't work in Star Citizen because not all planets have atmospheres. So you just wouldn't have parachutes, wouldn't make sense. But jetpacks, on the other hand, does make sense. But you probably have to use it as sort of like an add-on, like a change-in. They need to have things like the resource system functioning. They need to make a specific add-on that'll function for it. I like to call... the proposal I would have is like a suicide burn. The concept of having when you jump, you basically like activate your suit and it will calculate how far you are to the ground, and like right before you hit the ground, it will burn all of its fuel real quickly to arrest your descent so you can land. And that would work on any planet or moon. So, hey, that Korean gamer, pub of the Astro. I do think that they'll have some of that stuff. It's odd they didn't mention Stella Fortuna this week in Star Citizen simply for the fact that the lore starts into the 15th. It is weird, but Jake did clarify that it's still happening. It's just been delayed. It's delayed, but it's still up in the air in terms of when it will happen. Game still unplayable? Yep. I wouldn't try it out right now, especially since all the server is down. I'd wait. Honestly, if you're trying to play Star Citizen, then wait till 3.18.1, which should be... CIG said this week. Probably next week, but hopefully this week. I'd be better with just a better flashlight. Yeah, that's another problem. Are you going to do engineering videos to help people get better for us not so smart people? I can do that. I think other people would do much better than I could, but I'll probably try my hat at it. I would love to be a great nail delivery pilot. I think they could do something like a nail that's more civilian based. I played tons of Escape from Tarkov. Night vision and thermal gives you unfair advantages. It's almost impossible to counter unless it's close quarters, like inside buildings. But this is the future. This is 900 years in the future. It's not immersion breaking for CIG to come up with a type of camouflage that'll hide you from thermals or night vision. That's not too difficult. But the difficult part is actually implementing something like that. So it's about that kind of stuff. Star Citizen in VR. It's something that CIG wants to do. Hey, thank you. We're at 26 now. AR to highlight an environment in the darkness would be nice, but night vision is meh. Yeah. Be honest, night vision would be stupid as fuck. Parachutes with jets. Parachute with jets. I don't. I mean, the other thing that's obvious that is to pull something from the Warhammer 40k universe and other universes, which is just an anti-grav chute. They have anti-grav technology. Just have something that'll effectively deploy and then deploy like work as an anti-grav thing that'll slow you down as you get down there. It's pretty easy. John Cruz mentioned landing jets. Yeah. I'm sure something. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. I'm much more awake than I was yesterday. Jetpack built into an injection seat. Yeah, but all that stuff requires them to build that and test it and make sure it works. And they don't even have armor working in ships, nor do they have resource management yet. So that's one of those things where it's like, we'll see it eventually. Any chance of seeing the skill system someday? Hacking, farming, repairing skill parts with practice? Yep, that's something they're doing. But it's going to be a passive attribute system rather than a skill system. So, military already makes night vision, camouflage, and thermal camo too. Yeah, so it's not too bad. It's just there needs to be a counter to in-game before you can have something like that. NV and TV wouldn't necessarily be broken. Soft armors could absorb radar pings, and plate could shield from thermal vision. Pretty iffy, but still, though. It could happen. It's just a matter of time. There's a pinned message up there. Let's see it. Let me see. Go through a bunch of stuff. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that inner hype. Sorry for repeating question right now. Right now, Star Citizen's very little interaction between players because no one needs anything in the game. No one needs the minerals we mine, the cargo we run, or the salvage, etc. Everyone's just watching their money go up for no real reason. How will CIG change this in the future, and what will make it useful? What will make players useful to each other? The lack of support services. So you'll need the resources to do things like repair, like refuel, like building outposts, generating food so you can eat it. And the further you get away from civilized and settled space, the less NPCs will be able to do that for you. Right now, refueling doesn't matter because you can just go to a station and refuel. And rarely will you be caught out in an emergency and have to call someone to help you out. But Pyro is an entirely different bucket of worms. That's going to be a completely different situation, and places like that will require people to be more reliant. You can think of systems like Stanton as being more tutorial systems where people can learn and kind of play safely in the sandbox with some threat, but not a lot. They can kind of have their kind of theme park-esque experience. But the further you get away from that, like Pyro, Nyx, and so on, there's less support and there's much larger spaces, which means that players will have to be more reliant on one another to survive. That's basically it. Isn't mail the same as data running? Kinda, yeah. That's a real question. Freelance or Cuddy? Right now, Cuddy. When Pyro comes out, Freelancer. Does cloaking technology exist in the universe? No, not like full optical camo. No, it doesn't work. But did we get a... But I'm stupid and didn't see it. Thank you, Zal. And thank you, Celine, for that 11 months. Got a hype train going, and I didn't even see it. I feel like an asshole. Question, what do you mean Stella Fortuna canceled? That's why I had a question mark on it. Because Stella Fortuna was not added to This Week in Star Citizen. It's usually this week. So it is, last we heard from Jake, it will be delayed. So it's not coming this week. I hope CIG changes their stance on player-owned economy and moves that direction, honestly. I don't, because I think that there's a reason, it's a reasonable idea to not really have a... question, do you have any news about CIG server services? Yes, it is currently down. They're currently taking the servers down. But the reason why is because we really haven't seen the NPC economy yet. Once we see the NPC economy function, I think it'll be a lot more informative for that sort of thing. But the other big thing is, what is it? Reputation. Reputation's a big one too. I had the bed log bug and I can't character reset. Oof. You have to send in a ticket for that. Star Citizen isn't a survival game. No, but it has survival elements. Just like Star Citizen isn't a PvP game, but it has PvP elements. The last 4 years, every patch sucks for a week and then settles in. Do you expect the same this time? Yep. 100%. Probably take a little bit longer because it's 3.18. I expect 2 weeks maybe, but I think it'll settle in. It'll get better. I think 3.18.1, whatever it is, and then whenever that releases, will improve it to playable. And then they'll likely do a 3.18.2 before they release 3.19 to kind of keep it even better. But just curious, would you suggest the Corsair or the Star Runner? Really depends. The Corsair is a good ship for long-range exploring and long-range travel with, you don't take everything with you. The Star Runner is faster, but it's going to be burn more and has a lot of fuel, but it'll burn more of it. It doesn't quite have as much flexibility as the Corsair does, but it still gives you a decent space. The problem is right now, like half that ship or a third of that ship is dedicated to stuff that doesn't exist in game, which is data running. I'm not saying the level of Eve, but more like the X series. The problem about that analogy is that the X series is a single player game. They have been taking the character reset offline during maintenance to protect account from breaking. Okay, so just wait until the servers come back up. Since the PES was the most complicated element to enable server meshing and new systems, do you think with this we will see 4.0 before the end of this year finishes? No, because I think CIG is overestimating or is downplaying the complexity of compared to PES. I'm sure CIG earnestly believes that that PES is more complicated than server meshing, and it probably is, but that doesn't really take into account the complexity of how many systems that server meshing will also interact with. I'm sure it's easier for them to implement. It probably won't take them nearly as long to get server meshing in as it took them PES. A year rather than, what was it, 2-3 years? But at the same time, I'm not expecting it until next year. Do you think they will wipe again once 3.18 is stabilized? They said that they may try to wipe a little bit of it. Is the Vulture good? The Vulture is good, but it's a 2-person ship sold as a 1-person ship. You really need to have 2 people to fully use it properly. But it's not bad. SCC in my MSR to the Aquila. Not a bad choice if you're exploration. Or a Ragged Riches account, which my account will be. Do you recommend the Cutter, a Mustang Alpha, or an Aurora? What kind of Ragged Riches do you want to do? If you want to do generalist, just trying to go for it and see what you like, and as you play, you get more, the Aurora. If you want combat, then it would be the Mustang Alpha, and if you want trade, it would be Cutter. Think about upgrading my Cutlass Black to a Corsair. Wise decision? No, I don't think so. Cutlass is a single-player ship that can have multi-crew functionality. The Corsair is a multi-crew ship. It has some single-player functionality, but you're gonna find yourself struggling, and it'll be a lot harder to maintain than the Cutlass. I wonder if on launch they'll have a choice of starter systems, one lawful, one criminal. I believe that's the point. The current login screen has choose system, which is, I think, indicative of where they want you to be able to start in different places. I'd say trade bunker missions for the cutter because you can fit vehicles in the back. Some vehicles, yeah. Hey, why not? It was mentioned in the last monthly report that they're going a pass in the freelancer interior to fit components. Do you think they'll reduce the max crew from 4 to 2 to be in line with other ships of its size? Man, I hope. I hope it's actually they actually do an entire interior rework, but sadly I don't know. And I think you mean the Cutlet. No. We don't talk about we're not talking about Cutlet, because when you talk about him, he appears in your bed and steals your tanks with tractors. Love you, Space Cutlet. I know you are a zealot when it comes to the Freelancer, but the Freelancer needs an interior update badly. It needs interior update for its components, and it definitely needs an interior update for its life support, its storage, and for its beds. Hey, wow, that's a lot of money. Thank you, Joseph, for the $50. Here because you answered the correct answer, Freelancer. Also because to support the stream. The Freelancer is a fantastic ship that never gets its day in the sun because it has the mailbox slot, the Cylon visor. But it's good. It's just not as good as the Cutlass currently in Stanton. But long term, the Freelancer is going to blow the Cutlass out of the water. It has better fuel tanks. It has more cargo, so you can carry more stuff in general. It has more variety than the Cutlass. Right now you get Cutlass Black, which is just pirate and generic cargo ship. You have Health, with or ambulance with the red. You get a bounty hunter ship with the blue, and you get garbage with the steel. Hot, steamy, delicious garbage, because I still love the steel, but it is crap. Versus the Freelancer, where you get Freelancer base, which is a solid competitor to the Cutlass Black, better than the Cutlass Black in many ways. Then you get the Mist, which is an actual combat ship, compared to the Blue, which is not really a combat ship. Its niche is the whole interior thing, which you can't really use except for very one specific thing. I could still use a Mist for everything else I want to do. The Dur is an exploration ship, so it has better range, still can do anything a regular Freelancer can do, and it has its own built-in, what is it called? Refinery to refine hydrogen fuel, so you can get hydrogen fuel on the go. And then on top of all of that, you have the Max, which is just the Freelancer wide. the Freelancer thick. It's just like the variants are much better in the Freelancer than the Cutlass. I find myself using the Cutlass now because it's just, the Cutlass Black specifically, and to a degree the red, is just so versatile for a system. It's just not good for long range. Yeah, and the Freelancer has toilets. Steel versus Rock DS. Rock DS has no point. There's literally no point for Rock DS. The Steel actually makes some sense in that it's a great people mover. If you want to move a lot of people from point A to point B, a lot of good seats for it. And it's got some broken stuff, like the guns don't work, the side guns don't work, but that's a fixable problem. You can't fix the DS, which has literally no purpose. Why is the Terrapin $220? Because it was hyped to death by the community, so CIG thought they could make more money. But it's not worth it. No ship is worth the money it costs in real life. Is Grinning Crow here? I didn't see that. Come on, who poops in space? He who poops in space poops. I was going to say something. deep and disgusting, but no. Pooped last. Have you seen this Cutlass Steel commercial playing the song Fortunate Son? It's not Fortunate Son. It's a legally distinct Fortunate Son. Makes it look cooler than it actually is. It's perfect for it. Because that's all the steel is a Huey. I've been talking about in fact, up to that point, I had talked about the idea of a Huey type ship as opposed to the Valkyrie. And I think I mentioned it was like a Cutlass. And when they came out with it, or when they announced it, I was like, yes! This is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. And it's still exactly what I wanted. It's just way too expensive to purchase and still hot garbage. Everyone Diaries in Space, the new book by Chris Roberts. A link to the video, to the Cutlass Steel commercial? Sure. I can get it to you. The issue is more, it has copyright. The song itself is copyrighted. So, I love the idea of the steel. It's the execution and the current game limitations. Yeah, no, it's just not really there. So Lord of Lore. By the way, for those who don't know, Grinning Crow is another lore master. He's a lore master for Elite. He was actually on a lore citizen podcast asking this question about Star Citizen. We still got to do the reverse where you tell us about, we ask you questions about Elite Dangerous and tell us. So Lord of Lore, AstroPub, I have a question. Based on the lore, what game could what the game could use, considering mechanics? What new ship do you think we'll see during Invictus here? Care to make a bold prediction? I mean, I'll make a bold prediction. It's going to be wrong, though, which is a replacement for the Idris. They need a new frigate. The Idris is fucking ancient. It's super old. It's like 400 years old now. Now, they have been updating it over time, but hey, thank you for doing the mech arena stuff. Thank you. I'm at 27 out of 50. The Connie is old too, but the Connie was built, the latest Connie was built in the 29th century. So it was more recent. It was in 2028 something. And they it's kind of like the new Connies are like a new version of the Civic. Like, you're gonna see them every year. Yes, the Civic as a line from Honda goes back to like the 70s or 80s, but that doesn't mean that the Civic is old, because each Civic often goes over entirely new bodies and other things like that. The same thing with the Connie. The difference is that the Idris frigate fundamentally is not different from when it was first launched in the 2500 or 2550 something. It needs an update, especially fighting against the Vanduul. So, obviously, Anvil is going to build the next frigate that will replace the Aegis Idris, but we won't see that. The elusive Anvil capital ship. Yep. Misk Fury. Sounds like a combat ship, at least a name. That seems like that to me as well. I'm not going to make that bold prediction. It's almost certainly going to be there, but the Bengal and Idris seem to come directly from the 90s Queen Commander. 100% they do. I equal $1 to an hour of gameplay. So if I get 200 hours out of a $200 ship plus, it's worth it. Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. You just don't need to. You only need $45 to get all of the ships that are currently in game. It's just like the Abrams tank. America's still using it since the 80s. Yeah, but the Abrams is been updated. Like we're at the M1A2 right now, but the M1 the Abrams is being replaced with the Abrams X. Like a brand new generation of Abrams is coming out. Connie's interior needs a rework, just like the Freelancer does. Back to the Freelancer, could you see the base Max variants losing their rear turret in lieu of a remote tractor beam? Well, possibly. Then again, it seems like you can slap tractor beams onto the turrets, because you saw that with the Taurus, so I could almost certainly see that just being an option. 325A is a loaner for Arena Commander? Yes. Escape. I would insta-buy a frigate called the Tiger Claw. See if we can go by that. Like a toilet. If it still works, why change it? The problems is that the Idris is so old that the original people who made it and the original, like even the original parts that were built for it, the companies no longer exist to build it. So they're using new parts, especially from Hurston. Hurston has kind of stepped up and did a lot of the work for it. I think also Kruger and Hurston are the ones who make a lot of the weapons and components for the Idris now. Because a lot of the stuff that Aegis worked with went under when the measures were overthrown. And it's like today, the B-52 bomber in America's arsenal is still useful. It still has a purpose, but its purpose is diminishing greatly over time as warfare changes. So it has to adapt to that, which it does okay with, but it's being adapted to fill a role that it was never designed to do. The Idris is the same. The Idris is being adapted to fill a role it was never designed to do. So having a ship that's more built specifically to deal with, say, the Vanduul makes a lot more sense. If you want to learn more about the Abrams, though, talk to who is it? I'm trying to remember exactly who it is. Tirakel. Tirakel was a former Abrams tanker, so he worked on the Abrams. He was Abrams commander, actually, I believe. And he would tell you that thing is a nasty piece of work, but it breaks down all the time. You got to constantly repair it and maintain it. Yeah. It's more akin to the IRL Ticonderoga class. Frigate's old stuff and useful, but it's seriously outdated. Yeah. I did manage to get into the PU this morning. Ships wouldn't spawn, though. At least it's progress. Yeah. Considering how cargo refactor might evolve in the future, the Argo cargo isn't supposed to be able to carry bigger SCU boxes like containers. I think it will. They may have to rework the Argo cargo for its original role, because the goal of the latch and lock system that the Argo cargo uses is to be able to pick up those bigger containers and move them from point A to point B. So they may have to change the chassis a little bit more to make it work, but. I used to fix the Abrams. It was my job in the infantry. He was always breaking my tanks. Then maybe the new Anvil capital ship is an Idris replacement. That would be my guess. My belief is what we'll see is eventually is an Anvil frigate, which has no support aircraft, no support for fighters, because fighters aren't as necessary for patrol, what they're doing now. It is a nice force multiplier, but it's not needed really in the UEE, especially if the main job is to defend against the Vanduul. So instead, it'll replace the hangar with more storage or with more weapons, bespoke weapons, like a anti-air cover and a big fuck you railgun. So it'll keep the railgun, make it smaller so it's harder to hit, and it up the anti-air defense systems. So it's cheaper, smaller, easier to maintain, and more able to spread out, but more up armored. Because the key is to reduce the amount of people who have to run that thing. So. Lower crew count. Yeah, that's another big thing. With the latch concept, will the raft be able to grab cargo from a larger hull series? Should be, yeah. Especially with its tractor beams. Who here bought the new RSI mouse pad? Oh, I didn't even see that. I would have loved to, but... I mean, a lot of ships are reliant on the tractor beams that don't exist. The Caterpillar is a fantastic ship for carrying cargo, but its role is carrying cargo, and it's harder to load. It's really hard to load stuff on there, but it also comes with 2 massive tractor beams, so we just have to wait for that to work. Later, Matthew. Thanks for hanging out. We do this on Thursdays, usually really super late at night, but we also kind of hang out and do this on the weekends as well. So they still have plans for NPCs to crew and PU. How's that the situation on that front? Probably gonna have to wait until 4.0 comes out, because a lot of that stuff's gonna happen. But I wouldn't expect it until after 4.0, like a 4.1, 2, 3, 4 sort of release. Is there anything holding tractor beams on ships back, considering how they have handhelds now? Nope. They're working on it right now. I think it's more of how will they function rather than how will they work. And what I mean is, will you be able to use a tractor beam to stop a ship from fleeing you? Or will there be some counterplay there? Will it only be used for ships that are disabled entirely? Will you be able to use it on, what's the different strength that you want to do for the different size of containers and so on and so forth? But it's been in the monthly report, last 2 monthly reports. So back January, February, and even November, December, they've already started working on it. So, and to the point where it's heavily, and I mean heavily implied that it's coming out, or at least shooting to come out in 3.19. We just haven't seen it updated yet. Hey, Galactic Elf. Aloha. How you doing? All right. I'm going to head out here in a few seconds just to use the restroom, get myself some more water so my voice doesn't die. But as always, as I leave, chat is going to absolutely explode the sound emotes. So just keep that in mind. All right, be right back. Mute yourself if you're having problems. Who knew you couldn't span your Delta Loda? You'd be working. Everything just offline. It affects my FX2, huh? Shouldn't have. Huh. Not playing properly. That's really weird. Huh. That's why. No, still not working. I'll have to double check. We'll see what's going on. Probably a back end mess up on their part. Hey, thank you for that $5 or €5. Hello, Paul. May I ask a lore question about CIG's plans for cybernetics? I tried the wiki, but doesn't really know where to look on it. It really isn't a lot of information out there. I can tell you, generally speaking, Coffin, that we're going to see.
Hey, a tip.
So that
The
works.
Co. Super chatted $5.32. Hello, Paul. May I ask a lore question about SIG's Olens for cybernetics? I tried the wiki, but I don't really know where to look, to be honest.
There's just really not a lot of information yet. I can tell you, generally speaking, that CIG plans on having cybernetics matter.
Drugs.
That works. Still not coming out. It may be entirely broken. We'll have to see. This is working on their website. All right, I'll figure this out later. It may just be some weird stuff. But yeah, basically, the basic gist of cybernetics for CIG is that CIG plans on having cybernetics be replaceable limbs for players, because they want you effectively the way they want it to work is as you die, as you regen. You have something called trauma echoes, which will cause certain things to happen to your body, which will result in your limbs having to be replaced over time because they lack functionality even though you're regenerating back in. And so you'll have to replace your limbs with specific cybernetics to make them function. And that is the list of, that's the extent of what we understand about them. Though we have seen concept images of full body cyborgs that exist in the Star Citizen universe and mentions of stuff like that. So almost certainly we will see full body cybernetics, optional, but we don't know the extent of how it's going to work in gameplay. Does Captain Sable publish on Apple Podcasts? It does. I just haven't updated the latest one to the podcast because I've had family over and stuff like that. I'm guessing Babazani is very angry. CSG really needs to get their shit together since Friday and in once, but my ship was not visible in the ASOP and the reset, the rest was all just error codes all the way. Multi-million-dollar org can't get it straight after, what, 12 years? 10 years. Not even able to come up with stable load balancing on their server farms? Seriously, that is pathetic. Okay. Now that you got it out, do you feel better there, Bubbazetti? It'll get fixed eventually. Yep. Okay, I'm having some weird issues with getting dropped frames and stuff like that. So I might have some little bit of issues. Yeah, to be honest. It'll get fixed. It's just the issue is scalability. CIG just doesn't know how to scale it properly. So Tech Priest Astro, the archivist, and his servitors horde will be the thing someday? Possibly, yeah. Question, when the SRV comes out, do you think every ship that has a tractor beam will get theirs? Yes, 100%. I think when the SRV comes out, we'll have tractor beams as well functioning. The sponsor, I just need to finish the tutorial, or I need to get into PvP. I believe it's just need to finish through the tutorial, but you get to the tutorial with the first like 2 or 3 matches. Like once they stop giving you prompts about like what you need to do, like click this, then you're good. Which is the first, I think, 2 or 3 matches. But thank you again for whoever just finished it as well. I think we're currently on 28. Nice. So we only got $22 more to go. If we get 22 by Sunday, I'll be golden. Wry amusement to my issues earlier in game, but my frame rate is definitely a lot more, no more stuttering. It's one of those things. I saw on YouTube that someone blamed the community for not supporting the PTU long enough for CIG to figure out 318 wasn't ready for the volume of players. I don't think it's the community's fault, but it almost certainly has to do that. It definitely has to factor into why this is such a shit show, is because CIG just doesn't get enough volume on the PTU. So. What's the most weighted ship that is coming to the game this year? Probably the Spirit, but honestly, the most anticipated game is the Banu Merchantman. So, any ideas on how they could incentivize more people to test the PTU? They couldn't, honestly. That's why I say it's not the community's fault. It's just the reality. They could give exclusive things to people who were testing the PTU, like give them something specific, but all that they would do is log in to test it and then log out so they could get it. People were smart about that. The honest to God answer is to have the PTU open all the time and constantly do updates of the PTU and have people come in and check them out for that kind of stuff. But thank you, Manu. In my opinion, the Lumberyard engine was way bad call. A major engine that at least gives them an option to look in other places for help. As for the 2 major Lumberyard titles, are not faring well. Well, they used CryEngine, originally, and the difference between CryEngine and Lumberyard Engine is just some small additions. The only other Lumberyard engine I can think of is New World, which is doing okay in terms of performance and such. It's just not very popular. I don't know what the other one is. It's not a good look. It's just a matter of time for Star Citizen. Star Citizen? Yeah, the game's not playable right now. You can't play it. You can't really even get into it. If you can get into it, you can't even spawn a ship. It's entirely broken. Like, CIG has no functioning game this week. They just overdevelop and forget making what they have stable. Implementations of new stuff is good, but if the basics work, if the basics don't, then then they will just then make everything worse. I mean, they're just damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, honestly. Because CIG could stop developing entirely and just releasing entirely and just focus on getting the game done, but it would take several years and no one would support them. Or they could focus on being stable and it would slow development down to the point where they just don't have anything in there. CIG is going to have to drop some patches which are entirely broken and or just don't work properly on this path to getting it released, because that's just the path CIG has chosen. 3.14 was fine in comparison. Now, to put on my old man cap, this is nothing like 3.0 and 2.0. 2.0, we had counters, we had timers. We could play the game for maybe 10 minutes. Maybe, before the game just utterly crashed. There was no progress. 3.0, and you played it at like 4 FPS. 3.0 was the same, and both of those issues persisted for years. Sometimes they improved stability here and there, but there was still significant issues. I don't doubt that 3.18 is going to be fixed in the next 2 weeks, to a point of where it was in PTU at least. So this is not bad. This is just frustrating in the short time when a lot of people were super hyped about it releasing. This is minor in comparison to those situations. Hype is a bitch, to be honest, double-edged sword. The problem is, so I can identify the problem that CIG has with the community right now. And this is a problem they constantly have. And I think they've improved upon it a lot, but I think it's at least the next big hurdle, if not the last hurdle, hopefully, would be consolidation of information. Not everybody watches Board Gamer. Not everybody watches me or Space Tomato or Salty Mike or insert any number of people, Super Mac Bros, any number of people who do follow the information that CIG releases. And CIG releases a fire hose of information. Some of it is accessible if you know where to look, but most people don't do that. Most people don't have this extensive desire to cover every nuance of Star Citizen's development. I know my numbers. They're not that good in comparison to what they could be if I was doing other things. But the reality is that CIG could fix this if they streamlined all that information to a single source that people would use. ISC. Video. Because people don't generally look at information that's out there when it comes on to like Spectrum and such. It exists and it spreads around. Like, for instance, CIG said it's going to be a rough launch. They knew that before they launched it. They said they knew it was going to be a rough launch. I don't think they anticipated it to be this rough, but they even said it's going to be a rough launch. They're just going to have to push it out there anyways. And a lot of people were like, this is unacceptable. And CIG did do a couple of things which were a no-no. They had a bunch of scheduled tweets, obviously scheduled tweets or planned tweets for things like a contest for PTV buggy racing and that kind of stuff that they announced. And I think rightfully so on Twitter, they got kind of mauled from that. Like, you can't even get into the game. How dare you announce a competition that we can't, when no one can even play it? ACIG, not only do I need you to communicate, I need you to communicate in a method and in a schedule that I prefer. I mean, that's the reality though. Like CIG can communicate all they want, but people will claim that they're not communicating, and they still will, they still do, and they will continuously, simply because because they don't do it in a way that is able to funnel the most eyes to it. And ISC is the one that everything's funnels the most to. In fact, I know this is the fact because there was at least that one person, and I think multiple people, who were complaining that it was announced by Jared. So the fact that a lot of people knew about it because of ISC tells me that that's where a lot of people get their information. I also know because almost nobody knows that Squadron 42 does monthly reports, because people complain that they know nothing about Squadron 42 because they don't see it. They don't see the pictures. Like, gamers don't read, they see. They would rather experience and see than read. So that's the reality. If CIG wanted to deal with this in the future, if I was to give CIG some advice on this, it would be streamline that information flow to a single source. And make it as visual as possible. And well, that's another thing, is dropping it on Friday, because, and I think CIG should know this because they see the numbers, but almost certainly there is a higher volume of players on the weekends than there is during the week. So they wouldn't have had nearly as catastrophic of a problem if they released it today rather than Friday. It would have still been bad. It would have still been pretty bad in terms of, like, we'd still have all the problems, but a lot of people would have been known that Star Citizen's having issues this week and wouldn't have tried to play it on the weekend. They constantly drop stuff on Fridays. Yeah. Yep. It's something that CIG has done. It's a bad habit that CIG does. It's releasing stuff on Fridays. They shouldn't. They really shouldn't. Paul won't say it. Folks don't read. I already said gamers don't read. What are you talking about, Deadringer? I said that. I made the joke that gamers are illiterate, and Noobifier got angry at me for saying that, saying that's offensive. And I'm like, I don't care. It's true. People don't read. Gamers do not look up, and they don't read. Those are the two, like, unprecedented facts that I will never ever be shaken from until that otherwise changes. Yeah, 3.0 was dropped in like December 15th, like literally the week before they went on break, and they just left it broken for that long. Yeah, that's the biggest issue, I would say there, Gin Tonic. Gin Tonic goes, frankly, as a project manager, it's not only dumb to drop your stuff on Friday, it's also disrespecting your employees' time, as many of them have to have their personal time disrupted to address issues. Yeah. 318 was moved to live because they couldn't learn any more about these new capabilities of the PTU. I don't doubt that. I don't think CIG's actually said that, but I don't doubt that's the case. They got everything they could out of the PTU, and I think at least maybe a little bit of it was we want it out of our fucking PTU. We just want it released so we can fix some of the problems live, because they knew they were going to have more problems live when it dropped. And I say this again, this is what 4.0's launch is going to be like. Buckle it up, because this is what 4.0 is going to be like, 100% guaranteed. I think 4.0 will be the last time we'll see something like this, because I don't think there's anything that's this disruptive in the future. Even a beta release won't be nearly as disruptive, because there'll be a lot more features in place. But yeah, we're going to see this is going to be as bad for 4.0. Lag, my son. When it comes to crisis management from a product disruption, it should be on the consumer to educate themselves about how a product is distributed. It's all good, just a comm strategy. This is really what it is. They don't look up and don't read. So gamers are dogs. I mean, you said it, not me. The YouTube lag is real. It's a little slower on YouTube. What is reading? I don't do these in videos. Gamers have some golden retriever energy, that's for sure. Is there any official on Stella Fortuna being canceled? No, but there was a question about it, which is the reason why I put it in the title, because it's important to put this out there. Jake has said that it's still planned, but it is delayed. So I wouldn't expect it this week. Pie versus Cake, what he's saying is that you probably posted that a minute or two ago, and I finally saw it. Thoughts on the Antares? I feel like the memes are accurate. That's all I'll say on the Antares. So much for my white knight image. It's not better than the regular Scorpius. I solo Carrick on and the design doc for engineers scares me. Someone please tell me this is going to be okay. It's not going to be okay, Zim. You're going to need more people. I hate to tell you this, but you're going to need more people. Hello, tomorrow me and will be listening to this at work. Hello, me tomorrow who will be listening to this at work. Hey, RT. Is 4.0 going to be pyro or is it going to be server meshing? It's hard to tell. I'm going to do a capsule, which is my little like pull-out videos from this. I'll do that on Thursday. Excuse me, water went down our pipe. But I'll do a capsule pull-out video, and this is going to be the title. How CIG could, and parentheses, probably will, screw up 4.0. And I'll give you a preview right now. I think it's less than it is. There is a high probability that CIG will release 4.0 in waves. Meaning the first version of 4.0 will actually be like 320 or something like that, where they'll introduce server meshing, but not pyro. Or they'll release 4.0 with pyro and not server meshing, and then 4.1 or 4.2 will release server meshing. They'll take what they currently have, the concepts for 4.0, and trail it out over an entire year rather than a single release. That they seem to be implying that it's not in the latest update. I still think it requires server meshing, but CIG seems to be dropping that hint that server meshing itself isn't required for pyro, which would be a huge reverse from what they've been saying for the last several years. Do you know if Marina J. Lostetter, that wrote the book Dateline Sensen, has any other good Star Citizen based books? I don't know that name. I don't think so, though. Yeah, it's St. Patrick's Day. Stella Fortuna is the St. Patrick's Day stuff. I melted a bunch of my much of it and consolidated it all into an Antares that I can use to spring something else or just is fast run around. Yeah. Was just wondering if Titan suits mentioned in the previous post from CIG, if they're intended for Squadron 42 PU. Initially Squadron 42, but likely also PU eventually. That's bait. I'll be able to live inside my Polaris alone. Can I use it as a home and just do casual combat? Probably not. You'll probably need to have other people there to use it. 4.0 will probably be server meshing. Will probably include pyro. Possibly. The issue is CIG has a tendency to have something like that, a big old item on their roadmaps, and then when they actually get to looking at it, they go, we can't do this in a single drop, and they split it up. We can see this as recently as 3.18. 3.18 is no different from 3.17 in terms of its functionality. It's just new base code or new background information. The PES system is in place, but it is no different. It plays no differently than 3.17 does in terms of logging in, logging out, dying, all of those, logging out and then coming back to a new server. It doesn't save your position. There's none of that kind of thing. So you die, or you have a 30K in the middle of a run where you have a bunch of equipment or gear. You do not keep that gear unless you had the heartbeat sensor that saved you. So it's one of those things. The internet didn't exist when I went to the university, so I've already read enough for a lifetime. Can the kids these days even imagine going through university without the internet? No, I couldn't have. Going to Pyro is connecting to a new shard with a new replication layer. But they seem to be implying that the jump points themselves do not have server meshing. They can do a server handoff via jump point versus not real server meshing, and this is what they alluded to for 4.0. Yeah, that's what they're being alluding to with that, which is that they don't have to do server meshing. They can do a single shard and do a handoff without having to do meshing. Not necessarily static meshing, because static meshing implies that you're being handed off from one to another through a single point. This is more of a handoff that doesn't exist. So you still have a single server for Pyro and a single server for Stanton. And they wouldn't necessarily hand you off in the same server. It'd just be a completely different server, completely different shard that you'd be passed off to. I didn't see that, Shemp, because everything comes through a lot of this stuff. Hi, do you think after PS being implemented now, unfortunately not properly working currently, do you think is missing for Squadron 42? Something like server meshing are not necessary for Squadron 42. It's not, but they'll still probably use it. How do you feel about how player manufacturing will change? In 3.18, the Vulture is able to create several items. Do you think manufacturing ships will be a thing? Will items be gated behind blueprints? I do think we'll see gated behind blueprints. I do think manufacturing items will be a thing and parts, but I don't think you'll see manufacturing like full-blown equipment or ships. But yeah, server meshing is also required for Squad 42 for some reason. CIG seems to be taking all of the framework from Star Citizen and jamming it into Squadron as much as possible. So, because I often say this, which is Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are the same game. I don't mean that they're built in the same engine or they're built using, they're the same game. They just have different assets. That's it. So they need to make Squadron 42 work exactly like Star Citizen does, so they can kind of back and forth. I think 2 is more likely, Pyro first, then server meshing. They can just have temp loading screen for traversal from Pyro, something like that. They've talked about that forever. People said, hey, well, you have Pyro, why don't you do this? And the answer is like, yeah. Anything I missed, chat? Mostly you missed that Stella Fortuna, the sale for St. Patrick's Day, has been delayed. So. What do you think the chances are that Spirit line at IAE? I think it's high. Oh, IAE? Oh, yeah, 100%. IAE, yeah, that'll be released by IAE. It's almost freaking done now. The Spirit is in gray box, which means it's just got to go to Lot 0. Once it goes to Lot 0, it goes to final art and then LODs. We're talking like 4 months max for the Spirit, and it's currently March. So it'll be ready by like July. Wasn't the original design goal for Squadron 42 to dump the player into Squadron 42 Star Citizen at the end? That was the original concept, yeah. I think they've changed that a lot, though, because I don't even think there'll be any direct connection between your player and the in Star Citizen and your player in Squadron. So, hey, Guardian. Any word on 3.18.1? Nothing yet, but CIG did say it was going to come this week. I don't know if we'll see it this week. We might see it next week, though. What's your opinion on assets ready for Squadron 42, but not usable because the game isn't ready yet? I mean, it's true. There's also a lot of stuff that is currently in development for Squadron, which requires some work from Star Citizen developers to make it work for Star Citizen. You know, a month or two of work, maybe a little bit more. Some basic functionalities, which we'll see eventually, just not there yet. And Victus is at the end of May. Yeah. Geez, I remember complaining about not being able to get out of my seat. Sad now I'm begging to see my ship again. It won't be a loading screen. It'll be the seamless transition. It'll be the same tech they eventually use for system transitions. It's just that the system transition require additional code. So basically, that's like the video, which I'll do is kind of breaking down that CIG has a tendency to do this. I'll bring up that whole point about the that they showed off at that server meshing discussion, and I think it's highly likely that CIG will take 4.0 and stretch it out over a year. So we'll see some parts of 4.0. We may even see a server meshing, but right now they have static server meshing, dynamic 1, dynamic 0, dynamic 1, dynamic 2. I think we'll see a static 0, static 1, static 2, and then they'll go into to something else. They'll break it into its absolute base components. And the first release will see absolutely no change from what we see now. It just will change the architecture that everything's working on. It'll just allow you to have static meshing of some kind, or, you know, Pyro. We may not even see Pyro initially. We may see that first and then Pyro after that. So instead of seeing 4.0, we may see a 320 or 321 with those added and then moving forward. And it'll still be broken as shit. So yeah, it's back up, but I ain't getting it. I ain't getting in there. So okay. You look at the deliverables CIG has plans, and I find it encouraging. Oh yeah, they definitely have plans. The issue isn't plans, and I'm sure CIG will manage to do it eventually. It's just to keep in contact, and like it's not salt. That concept isn't salt. It's more of this is the reality that CIG tends to do. And as much as I'd love to be proven wrong with those situations, that's just what has happened in the past. Was there a mention for classes for players? Nope, no classes for players. Players can do anything. There's no class you have to lock into. Engineering, players can do engineering work. That's not just AI engineers. What they did was, those were different roles that they saw in engineering, someone who's doing engineering do. So there's no reason you can't do all of those things. It's just a manager role is going to be different from a mechanic role, because a manager role, you can't do them at the same time, because you have to manage power levels and the flow of different assets and stuff like that. Your job is to do the rerouting power and emergency backup and that kind of dispatch, emergency maintenance teams to Section 5, that sort of stuff. That sort of role will not be able to go out and actually fix those things while doing that. They have to focus on that. And then the actual mechanic role will be to fix and problem solve and cause those problems. And then the tuner is going to be someone who's mostly beforehand, but also managing things on the fly. And you won't be able to like repair and do that at the same time. Those are the roles, but there's no reason a person couldn't do all of those roles. Today's live server maintenance item is set as resolved, but it's still partial outage. Okay. So we're getting a landing page between Stanton and Pyro. We may not. We may just see or you mean a loading page? We may just see the ship moving. It may stop in space. We may not stop in space. It may just keep going and that kind of stuff. So server meshing is kind of like a render farm, but with servers. I have no idea what server meshing is, and CIG would be the one to understand that. The ultimate goal of server meshing is that you think of it kind of like a quilt, where each server is broken up or each system is broken up into different small sections. And each of those sections represents a server. They're all tied together so that when you go from one point of a system to another part of the system, you get handed off from one server to another. So that server will kind of do a handoff. So it's still tracking you, but you're in a physically different server, which is being tracked by a different thing. And then all of that is connected with the I always forget it because I always call it the river. And I always forget the name. I don't know why I can constantly forget the name, but it's there's an underlying code that kind of connects all of this, where all of this stuff, replication layer. It all connects to that system. And the idea being that these handoffs happen, which allows you to have multiple servers per system, but it also allows you to pass between different systems. So you can go from Stanton to Pyro through a seamless transition through that pass-off. That's all it is. Are there any new relics? Are there any new relics for 318 in relic hunting? We haven't even been able to find any new relics. I think CIG is completely broken 318 and doesn't have any relics there. But I'm not gonna put another like bug report in for relics not existing, because CIG still hasn't fixed the problem, even though they said they did, until after the error code stopped going up. My friend called CIG code lemmings. If it's broken, they'll fix it no matter how much carpal tunnel it takes. Imagine a lone player will need to run a manager console, change power to fix things, return to terminal madness. Yeah, that's why you need more people. Once Pyro is in and running, CIG should have all the pieces placed to roll out more systems easily, right? In theory, but I think a lot of that is going to take time, because I don't think CIG is going to be able to drop everything in 4.0. I really hope I'm wrong, but we'll know more towards the end of this year. I think the engineer role is a delegation. There's more assigning NPCs to an engineering roles per missions. I'm sure a single engineer could do them all. Yeah, but it's more of a gameplay aspects. Yeah, this morning could not retrieve my ship, only wasted money on drinks and bars. Replication layer, thank you, yeah. Less is needed for Squadron 42. Well, yes and no. I don't think Squadron 42 is necessarily, because so here's the point. PES has been in the game, in the game files since September. The Squadron 42 team has been using PES as the save game state for several months now. So PES has been available for developers to fiddle with and play with for several months before it released even to PTU to players. We're almost certainly going to see server meshing in its basic form well before it actually ends up in game. So Squadron 42 will still have access to it. What I'm talking about is the expansion of server meshing. You don't need to have server meshing, dynamic server meshing function for Squadron necessarily, but almost certainly they'll use some sort of server meshing there. Yeah, I'll make repairs slower, but one-man engineers will probably be the case on all but the larger ships. You can think of it as a chief engineer versus a regular engineer. The chief engineer is the one who's doing all of the management and keeping things going, while regular engineers run around and fix things. Will capital ships like Idris also have their own server? That's in long term, the goal is that they could, with the same technology, they could make it so that capital ships you could have a room be a server if you really wanted to. There's the scalability to be able to go from big to small while keeping a bunch of people together. The end goal being like tens of thousands of people in a server, or tens of thousands of people in one area. How many relays do you think a Carrack-sized ship may have? With each one will need to be tuned based on what connects to it. Will things like food processor, medbed also need to be tuned? It's hard to tell. We don't know. Those are questions that CIG has to answer. My guess is probably not. I think it's much more likely you'll be tuning, instead of tuning relays, initially you'll be tuning components. And then eventually you'll have things like being able to tune relays and other specific parts, even weapons may be able to do that stuff. For example, on Connie, your engineer can use the manager station to optimize the ship pre-launch, then man the turret until repairs or other mods are needed. Yeah, they can do some other stuff. They can also do stuff in prep for server mesh before 4.0, like extracting replication layer. I think 4.0 will define when they have at least 2 game servers working together as a mesh on one shard. CIG specifically has said that 4.0 is when they have Pyro in. So 4.0 is when Pyro is released. It has nothing to do with server meshing, it's just Pyro. CIG is still hiring some 200 people. Yep. They're hiring 140 people. I'm still getting the 615 error trying to enter the PU, just FYI. Yeah, it's still partially down, if I remember correctly. Big ships will run on the power of live and friendship. Yes. Well, you also will get NPCs you can hire to fix some of those issues, but you won't be able to solo as easily with NPCs. This is the first major test of PES at this scale. Yep. Thank you, Single Track. I posted your Discord about Star Citizen short story Dateline Sensen. Sesen. I have to check it out for free time. I have to check it out in free time. I'll take a look at it. Chief Engineer screams, "I'm giving you all she's got," and everyone else is actually working the ship, basically. You can think of it as like when you see the bridge officer in Star Trek be like rerouting power to auxiliary thrusters and turning off of life support to reroute power to weapons and shields. That's what you're going to see with Star Citizen. Right now, the ability to run everything flawlessly is likely not going to be the end result of Star Citizen. You likely will have to do things like turn off your quantum engine to be able to run power to weapons and shields to be able to combat properly. And I know this because that's exactly how Elite works. It's the same concept, and I don't expect CIG to be different in that manner because it adds meaningful choices into what you're doing. Medbeds will have consumables that will need replenishing. I think that's the extent of resource management for medbeds. You also may have the ability to tweak your medbeds to make it more efficient. So a medbed may be able to be super efficient or use less power while still being able to run more efficient in terms of use less resources or use less power. What is with Automod in my posts? I don't know what Automod's catching. I don't see it on my end, so. All the way down, sorry. Allow. Unknown Guardian, thank you for gifting all those subs. I didn't see that until now, because I'm super bad. There, it should be fixed now. I'm a developer, and I dream of working at CIG in any programming position. Do you know many CIG workers? Yes, I do. Can I give you tips? If you know what you're doing, apply. Just be prepared to have to move. So you'll have to move and live in wherever they are, because they don't do remote working except for very exceptional cases. So. Are we excited for Warhammer 3, Total War Warhammer 3 Chaos Wars next month? I don't play Total War Warhammer, really. Though it is cool. I'd love to see that. Any thoughts on when they might update the communication system in-game? Any features like you'd like to see in the game communication system, setting up for different rooms, assigning push-to-talk, etc.? I'd love to be able to have a Tenoi system where you can make announcements to people, but people can't talk to you back, to be able to assign positions where people can talk back and forth to, like, the captain, bridge crew and chief crews and that kind of stuff. Those permissions would be nice. I'd also love to be able to see, to be able to put people on hold when you're trying to calm them. Because right now it's just a constant ringing rather than being like able to like pause it. Like, hey, you're paused. We'll get you an eventual, Gunner's channel would be nice. Yeah, being able to have individual channels where like gunners can talk, engineering can talk specifically, and not overwhelm the comms of the commanders who are trying to talk. Yeah, having a tannoy system would be great. Do you think any other games that the Star Engine might be good at handling? I mean, any spaceship game would be good. I think if you're looking at a large scale games would be nice. So games that would require large areas with first person, so large RPGs or large combat games can handle, especially if they're going to be adding in the dynamic meshing systems and stuff like that. It'd be great for larger, like Arma-like games. But again, all of those systems would have to be bespoke anyways for their own situations. So, and we can see how CIG is handling it right now. So, I'd like CIG to give the community a update on the revamped scanner and map system. That would be nice to learn. CIG is working on it. They have been talking about it in the monthly reports, but I don't think they're ready to show it off yet. I would expect sometime in July or August for us to see an update on that, because a lot of that stuff is Squadron 42's focus right now. I think we'll start to see the transition from Squadron to Star Citizen around that time. I'd be happy to have elevators and floors that don't kill me in a simple, I'm a simple noob citizen. It's going to be a while before that stuff kind of works, because to give you context there, Grunt, I have not had an elevator kill me in Star Citizen in months, maybe years. The reasons why is most people die in elevators, in my experience, is because people bump into each other in elevators. They clip through each other and they damage each other. Or they rush into an elevator when it opens rather than wait to see if it loads. Those are the major issues when it comes to killing and kind of causing problems with the elevators. And because of that, I tend to not die from them a lot. I would like to announce that Jared is taking a huge jump on at the second bridge. Yeah. Fisher Business, the tannoy system would be great for ships like the Genesis Starliner when making announcements. The passengers, you look at your left window, you'll see, yeah. Losing the version 318 was a terrible management decision. No evaluation of impact, minimal bug polishing, unprofessional issue resolution. In short, it's far ready from release. There's a problem though, Anderson. What you're saying makes sense in a traditional development profile, but CIG has two options. They could have sat there and polished 318 for the rest of the year, but that doesn't make them money, and it also delays everything else that's being developed. In a normal development, you would drop this out in an alpha build, it would break everything, but you'd be able to go back and fix it later as you're continuing to develop, because you would still have your individual branches or individual departments working. But CIG really can't do that. They just kind of have to throw it out there and hope for the best, because they still got 319 to make and they got sales to do. So it sucks, but that's just the reality. Does the game have tutorial? And if not, why is that? Game seems really complicated as a steep learning curve. They're building a tutorial, or at least a new game experience for the first 30 minutes, which is going to come in 319. But the reason why not is because they keep changing things. Like fundamental aspects of the game kept changing. They actually built a tutorial a while ago, but literally the next patch, they changed how flight works and it broke the tutorial. And they didn't have the resources, didn't want to put the resources to making it work, so. Has CIG said when Squad 42 is dropping? No, they have not said at all. They just say it'll be ready when it's ready. Paul saying elevator is a skill issue. I mean, kinda, but it's not a skill issue in the sense of like just get better at the game. It's more like I have a lot of experience with elevators because I've been playing this game for so long, and it's not something that's easily told to other players. So. We call them elevators, but some just move sideways. They don't elevate. Yeah, they're more like omnivators, but when you look at the ship sale numbers, they're just like, yes, do more ships. Thank you for the answer. I put more money inside the game, and I regret about this. When did you back, Anderson? Because if you backed recently, you can always get a refund if it was within the last month or so. Wonka Vaders. Hey, Ferrister, how you doing, buddy? How are you not a partner yet, Ferrister? Do you stream? Because I know you do a lot of YouTube stuff. Elevator opens mid-transit and you see the face of God. Yeah, it kind of happens. Okay. Y'all should be checking Ferrister's YouTube out. My voice is dying for some reason. Does Squadron 42 actually exist? Yeah. Every so often CIG shows off parts of it, but... Okay, I'll teach you how to beat the elevator boss. Number 1, call the elevator. If the elevator arrives, stay still, wait 3 seconds. Once the door opens. Then scroll wheel down and walk into the elevator. Sometimes the doors will close again after it happens. It's okay, just hit the little door open button or call button again, and it'll reopen, you can walk in. Then you hit go down or go to your floor and then walk out again. Wait again a couple of seconds after the doors open and walk out. The reason why most people die is because they rush into an elevator and it's not there and they realize it too late. Or they run in and then they bump into somebody else and they both bleed out and instantly die. How's the salt harvest today? Pretty good. The game is designed to be played at a slower pace than people play it, which is like, because if you notice, every time CIG does demonstrations, every person is walking, not sprinting. I mean, to be fair, Volpal Robot, that the salt is kind of justified. CIG did kind of just kick out a stinker, and it's practically unplayable. It is effectively unplayable. While some people can play it, you can't even get your ship. So it's not a playable release. It's definitely it's a PTU patch they pushed out to live, which isn't the first time they've done it and won't be the last. But I do think that you'll see a lot of those things fixed or at least addressed to a playable position in the next week or so. So Stella Fortuna being canceled, there was a lot of people questions of it because it wasn't in This Week in Star Citizen, because this is usually the week that they do Stella Fortuna because it happens on March 15th. They have decided, last week we heard from Jake, who said that it was going to be delayed. So they still plan on having it, but it's not going to come out this week. They totally knew this would happen too. They even said it was going to happen. Does the game require fast internet connection? I wouldn't say fast, but probably at least a DSL or a high-speed internet connection. Yeah. You couldn't play this on dial-up, for instance. My one complaint was the Friday launch. I think CIG has gotten complacent with its Friday launches because they've done it in the past. I think it's a thing they need to get out of the habit of. I personally don't like runners. It should be used only when necessary. I mean, you get a lot more immersion out of walking, but I understand why people run, because a lot of people don't care about Star Citizen's immersion factor. I know this because I do lore stuff, and while a lot of people are interested in lore, the vast majority of people, if I wanted to get videos, I would make videos talking about how you can be a millionaire in Star Citizen 3 easy steps. Which tells me people are more interested in grind and achievement than the immersion factor for now. That'll probably change. I'm a supporter player, and besides that, I enjoy the game and concept, but it's not enough to pretend like many do that everything's okay. It's just a small problem because it's not. I would disagree. It is a minor issue in the long term, in the grand scheme of things. Is it a big issue now? For sure. But That's just the reality of how Star Citizen is being developed. No one does. There's a reason why no one does what Star Citizen does, and it's because A, Star Citizen isn't a moneymaker. As much as that sounds insane, it doesn't make it. You look at any other game that has the kind of staff that CIG has, and you'll CIG just makes shit. They make garbage in terms of money compared to other games of its size and scale. It also is building a game in a way that nobody else would say, who is sane would do, because it slows down development. You're completely exposed with all your decisions, and everyone's going to make double think all your decisions. So you make a mistake, suddenly is this game going to die? Like, you make a bad decision like the one with 318, you're just fucked. Normally in a normal development cycle, you make a decision like that, you go, well, fuck, learn to not do that in the future and try to move forward. And the other thing is just, in general, this sort of development slows down development. Isn't the lore changing still? I believe there's been some changes to the lore as the game evolves. There always will be. But I think there's also a misunderstanding that people think that the lore doesn't matter. And because the game will change, the lore doesn't matter, which is the reality is that the lore change to like Pyro is fairly minor. As much as people like, but it's a huge change. It's no longer red, it's yellow. It's like, yeah, it's a color palette swap. Oh, but then now they made the planets more like livable. Yeah, because you can actually land on planets now. You'll see small changes like that, but Pyro's status and lore and its actual kind of function never changed. It's still Pyro is a outlaw system designed to be filled with outlaws and different factions which are vying for control. It just increased the play space. That's all it really did. I'm happy what they've pulled off so far. Indeed, exceeded expectations as is, but there's a vision I'm blown away. Do people want Pyro planets to stay uninhabitable? I don't know. Yeah, it has depth now. I think a lot of people were upset because it says, well, it doesn't make any sense that people would try to terraform Pyro if no one, like, it's a problem that I see a lot with people who, like, the Holdo maneuver from Star Wars, where people are like, well, why didn't anybody else do it? It's like, because the narrative decided it. I don't think it's as breaking of the universe as some people say, but a lot of people will apply like their own logic to something. Like, for instance, well, with Pyro, well, if it was terraformable and people could live on it, why wouldn't people live on it? Why is the UE not there? And the answer is because it's still throwing out fucking solar flares like it's going out of style. Which is dangerous, and you can still die. And the UE would have to spend a shit ton of money to protect it or clear it out, which would cost them money for very little actual valuable resources, because why would they try it? It still logically makes sense if you understand the context of the universe, but I feel like a lot of people don't understand the context of the universe because they see little snippets here and there of the lore, and they don't see the grand tapestry that exists. So they find it hard to understand these decisions. And the answer is CIG has a lore team of like 5 writers now, 5 full-time writers and archivists, and they have thought about this. There are some cases which will change, like, for instance, a lot of the backstory of Green, the place where the Murray Cup takes place, and that whole situation, that's going to change because it was built and barely even expounded upon in terms of its time, and like there'll be dates that change and other small things like that, but the overall themes and the overall point of the Ellis system, where Green is, will still remain the same. Hey Astro, how many systems do you think Star Citizen will have at its soft launch of 1.0? Soft launch, I think it'll have about 5 to 6. Anderson, I can give you the answer for your question as to why it's so bad right now. And the answer is, in terms of like, you're right in the sense that the internal testing is set up in an incorrect way. But the answer is it's just volume. There's just no way that CIG would be able to test this at volume because no one plays the PTU. And I don't see a way, unless you have a way to encourage people to play the PTU more. I'd love to hear it because I have no idea how you get more people to play the PTU to test it at this volume. You just don't have that option. Later, Unknown Guardians for hanging out. Yeah, it's low and it's hard to simulate the load. And some things will break between live and PTU. It's always happened. Hey, Arena Commander's up. Arena Commander has been up for the entire time. It's not bad. I also think it'll be lawless, but it won't be free-for-all. The factions vying for control will have their rules. You don't want to make them enemies. Yeah, effectively. Each gang will have its own rules and its own code that will run by, just like any other place. It's mini societies. You can think of it as a dozen different smaller countries going to war with one another. How many years do you think guesstimate for a soft launch of full game? Earliest would be 2025, probably more like 2026. I would think that we see a beta release of Star Citizen around the same time that Squadron 42 is released. Won't solar flares knock out subsystems like an EMP? I think that's the plan, but they don't have a full idea of how it'll work. They just know it'll damage stuff. Not the single player, Captain. You can play single player Arena Commander even with everything else is down. Yeah, but you'd have to make that free thing vengeful. I get you're saying like, give them something to do and they'll do it for free. You need to make that thing really valuable, A, and B, you'll need to make it very intensive to do, not just log in. Like they'll have to actually complete something. And even then, I don't think that'll capture more people. It might capture a few more people, but it won't capture the vast majority of people who are doing it because they don't need things like they're doing it for progression, or they play the game for progression, or they play the game because they don't want to play PTU because they don't have space in their hard drives. Is the entitlement boss still a thing? Yep. Yes, we'll probably see engineering gameplay around the same time as Pyro. Right back. Yeah, it's broken, sadly. I wish it was working, but somehow it's broken. Refund, no noises, yeah. I said it earlier. Hey, there's AstroPub in chat. Are CIG still offering the opportunity to buy Pirate Gladius and the Glaive on the completion of Arena Commander game modes, or are they no? I believe so. But maybe not the Glaive, but the Gladius, I believe they were. You'd want the issue council reports, crash reports to incentivize the encourage proper testing reporting. I don't think the reporting is nearly as important. Reporting is one thing, but to get people to do free, like The reality is if you're doing OpenPTU has nothing to do with reporting. I mean, I'm sure they enjoy the reports, and I'm sure that they're thankful when people do. But OpenPTU is more about scale. It's about trying to get as many people in places as possible to see if they can break stuff. But the other Vengeful Devil, the other thing was that the guide system skins, people just had their friends do it. Like, it didn't actually solve the problem of getting people to actually be guides. They just got their friends to do it for them so they could scam the system. But if they knew there could be issues, they could inform the community. That's all. They did. Anderson? They posted about it multiple times. In Spectrum. Okay, maybe we're recalling correctly, but they told very much from the start it'd be rough, didn't they? They said from the start it was going to be rough, and they said it on Tuesday. So. Now, Anderson, I'm not saying, like, your anger and your frustration is valid. I get it. I understand it. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying, like, it's important to keep into context. There's a couple of things that just won't happen like that. You're good, Anderson. Don't worry about it. I already pictured the community, everything on fire, GIF leading up to 318. I was not disappointed. And what I'm going to tell you right now is that 4.0 is going to be the same problems. We're going to see the same issues in 4.0. Not the exact same issues, but similar kind of unplayability issues. Skins as rewards for X hours in PTU, but then people will just leave up their game and just idle it in like the screen or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, but if you're forcing a logon for 3 hours, would you need to stress something? What are you going to do? Scam the servers? People will find ways of doing idle clickers so they can stay on the servers and not do anything, which is not the point of it. The point is to go out and do your normal things. I really hope there aren't death threats against CIG. I'm sure there are people who are upset about it, but... Thanks to your Pisces giveaway. Oh, that reminds me. I gotta do the giveaway to... give me 2 seconds. Someone actually has won something last time. I forgot to give it to them. My family's been over for the last weekend, so my brain's been other places. All right, let's look at the ships here, which are likely going to happen. So I'm going to go over the ships, every ship that's likely to happen here in the next... in the next year. We'll look at all of the ships we can probably see. fix this real quick, and then we'll do this. Oh, I got paid from Twitch. Nice. X1 Riot. Oh yeah, Mecha if you want to help me out as well, if you're strapped for cash and you want to help me out. By the way, thanks to everyone who's been dropping gift subs and hype trains and all these sorts of things. Y'all rock. I do not deserve the support this community gives me, but it's awesome. And someone dropped $50. Someone's dropped $20 into this. It's nuts. Y'all are absolutely overly generous. But if you do not have the money and you want to support financially, a great way to doing it is to join !Mech or Mecha in chat. We'll give you a link. If you try out Mech Arena, which is same company who did Raid Shadow Legends, or same publisher, they've done an online service, free online game. I've played it. It's pretty fun. It's a nice little PvP game. Not super broken. It's a nice little fun, quick game. You can do it mobile or on a PC. I played it on Sunday with a couple people. If you enjoy games like Mech Warrior, this is a great analog to like Mech Warrior. So check it out if you can too. If you use that link in with the !Mecha and YouTube or Twitch, you could use that link and you sign up and get past the tutorial beyond the when it tells you to stop doing things, I get credit for it. And so if I get 50 people to do that, but before Sunday, I will get an additional bonus of money from them. So they've already paid me, but it'd be nice for a little additional bonus. Mecha would be that !Mecha. Well, this guy dropped for Origin 300s 40 minutes ago. Guess it's getting some love. Well, yeah, no, it's that's an older release. It was in an older Jump Point, but I'm glad it's out now. It's kind of fun. It is kind of fun. It's a nice little. I thought Mech Arena was a '90s dance move. Ignore Lorstradamus gift subs freely. Hey, Billy. I went through the mech game, finished the tutorial. It wasn't bad, but the AI made CIGs look like geniuses. They're not great. Yeah, the beer system and point system is for giveaways. Yeah. Question: what do the 10K and 50K coin beer options do? They give you more coins. So like, I'll do like boop boop. I just give you more beers, and the beers are used for giveaways. And I wipe them after we do every major giveaway. So, all right. So let's go through the likely release of ships. First thing I'm going to do is pull this up. Star Citizen. So let's go through the latest. Roadmap roundabout. Here we go. All right. So roadmap. We're going to go to teams. We're going to go with ship. Or vehicle. All right. Vehicle concept art. So we're seeing a couple of unannounced ships. There are 4 unannounced ships. So in vehicle concept. So still, but they'll be done sometime in May, and a couple of them are going to be done a little bit earlier than that. Vehicle content teams. Here we go. So we see the Argo SRV. That is done. It's in this final statuses. So that's one of the first things we'll see is the Argo SRV, likely for 319. If not a little bit later, it'll probably come out the same time that vehicle tractor beams work. Then we also see a Bounty Hunter V2, which is being worked on. The Crusader Spirit. Crusader Spirit is currently being wrapped up around June. That could take a little bit longer. Remember that these are not indications of completion, just completion of that stage. And this is the content stuff. You can see this is mostly art and design. Whereas you can see the Argo SRV, it's art and design, kind of working through that. The Mist Hole C. Now, this was done through February. Art team was working on stuff. They've been still working on it. I do not think we will see the Hole C this year. We'll have to wait until after we see some more scalability, especially with Pyro. So I think the Hole C is a great option for 4.0's release, but we don't know exactly when 4.0 is going to come out. So I'm not going to say it's going to come out this year. Resource management is another big part. Working on it through March. They'll be working on it a little bit longer. This is the other big one, the Lynx. So the Lynx is set to be coming out sometime, likely for Invictus, would be my guess. It's being worked on, and it's already in the it is Invictus, because it's coming out in 3.19. We know it's being planned on it, so. Now, here's the one thing that everyone's been hoping for, the Polaris. In theory, it could release this year. However, the Polaris is set to release, is only in art. So if we pull this up, try to make this a little bit bigger, you can see this. The only team that's working on it right now is an art team. So that's not a good sign. I don't think we're going to see the Polaris this year. Vehicle support, and then an unannounced ship, which is currently in. So this is the vehicle content team for EU. Now we're going to go into the US vehicle content team. The Santok Yai. This one is set to be finished around June. I think they'd love to have it complete around Invictus, but I think it's set to be more a release around Alien. But it's hard to see because that's super small in terms of the number of people. The Origin X1. Do we see art and design for this? Oh, they've changed it. It used to be 40 something weeks, but it's now only 10 weeks in there. But yes, so we're likely going to see the X1 before June. So it's a nice little one. It'll only take about a month or so. Paul Shelley, Destroyer of Dreams. That's me. Then we've got an unannounced ship, which has got tech, content, design, and art. The tech content team is means that this is going to be a completely new ship of some sort. It fills a completely new role. My instinct on this one is this is the MCV. For those of you who don't know, there was a leak at the end of last year of a file name for an Argo MCV or mobile construction vehicle designed for crafting. Siegi has mentioned more than once about crafting being a feature. It seems to be something they're trying to sneak into the game this year. So having a ship specifically designed to do crafting would be a big part of that. Now, does that mean that this is going to be finished for, like, say, 3.19? No, but I could definitely see this towards the end of the year. Then we've got tech content for an unannounced ship, which is only for a couple of weeks. So that I don't know what that is, but that's going to be coming out here shortly. That seems pretty. That might be a variant of some kind, likely. All right, so let's look at the vehicle experience team. They've had nothing for a while, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. And then the vehicle feature team. So this is something that we may see for 3.19 as well. Aerodynamic control surfaces. This is something they've been working on for quite a long time in Squadron 42, and they are porting it over to Star Citizen. So, and they've already talked about having AI set up to fly with flaps rather than through thrusters. So that'll be a big change once. This is the vehicle feature team is also doing a bunch on Squadron 42. Map and radar system rework. This is finishing up in March as well. However, I would not bet on the map and radar system rework to be available in game. This is simply changes how they function, because the goal is to remove the star map from your Moby and put it into the game, into your ships itself. So this goes along with the MFD rework, which is going to be for Squadron 42 and for Star Citizen. This goes through June. So I think both of these are more Squadron 42 based originally, and then they'll move over to Star Citizen. But I don't doubt that we'll see these start to wrap up around summer. So these systems make sense to be wrapped up around there before they're introduced. See, like master modes are done. I'll show you master modes. Master modes were finished a while ago, but I don't think there's a difference between building them and implementing them proper. We see, player experience in HUD. So this is the new interaction system. Resource management. A lot of this stuff is going to May, but I think that's just because that's where they extended it to. Squadron support, and then an unannounced ship with engineering in January, February. I think that's in the other the variant again. Ooh, vehicle names and serial numbers. Released in 3.13. Okay, yeah. So, based off what we know, right now there are 4 unannounced vehicles. One is a variant of a vehicle, one is a small vehicle, and then I can almost assuredly tell you that the SRV, the Spirit, the Lynx rover are all coming out with a heavy possibility of seeing an update on the Galaxy and the Polaris before the end of the year, but probably not released. And the Whole Sea will almost certainly come out with 4.0. Spaceships don't have flaps. You were right with control surfaces. Control surfaces, but the same concept, where you have control surfaces that can be used in atmospheres. Building ready, yeah. The Command and Conquer used MCVs, right? MCV. RSC, so salvageable variant of the Rock. That doesn't really make sense for Grey Cat, though. That would make sense for something like Tumbril or Argo to make, though. I dropped the money because you've given me content through your captain's tables. You deserve it, man. Thank you, Joseph. Spirit, which one? Yes. All of them. If you haven't been following the monthly reports, the Spirit is currently, all the Spirits are in gray box, which is a good sign because they're not very difficult, or not very different from one another. 3-seater Rock. I think what we'll see, the Rock DS may actually have a point, and this is where I'm going to get crucified by X at some point. But I think the Rock DS's real point will be when resource management comes in, because the person who's driving the Rock for the Rock DS, who's actually driving the vehicle, can manage the power and manage do the engineering things of like rerouting power and making sure everything works, so that they can. The person who's mining doesn't have any interruptions, so you have a little bit better. But the life raft for the E1 sounds like the very first functional escape pod. The life raft, I believe, is going to be the same life raft we see on the 890. And if you've used the MPUVP, the person carrier of the MPVU, that is the same thing as well. It's just that. I think that's what it is. Yep, all 3 Spirits, I think, are going to be released at the same time. Ailerons, elevators, and rudders would have been acceptable, just not flaps. Ouch, Django. I think most people understand generally how that works. Ouch, Princess Pony. Where does that come from? It's probably your guessing's probably not even right. This is where I pull out my card of I called 318 in March, and that 318 would be busted as shit, which that latter isn't that impressive. But I called 318 in March back in December. Listen, I told people if it actually happened, I'd peacock like crazy, and I'm still going to peacock like crazy. E1 in 2024, 25 is my opinion. I don't see that, only because the E1 and the A1 and the C1 are all fairly similar, and they've all been put into gray box testing. And they've been actively discussed in monthly reports and updated on the roadmap. Those are things that CIG does when they're actively trying to complete something. All of those things are heavy indications that the Spirit is going to be in the game before the end of the year. IAE, probably. You've been doing this long enough, you know how the monster works, yeah. I mean, you could be right. I'm just hoping some stuff's not right because I want the whole C sooner. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the whole C is unlikely going to come out only because until we have a purpose for it. We won't have a purpose for it until Pyro. So I remember you calling the whole of 2024 is going to be a dumpster fire. Am I wrong? The Baron of bad news. No. That's bad news Baron. That's Matt. Matt is completely different from me. Like the Reclaimer. Well, yeah. See, that's the thing is that the Reclaimer itself was famously the reason why they don't do it anymore. It's E1 capacity travel is a way out. Yes, but CIG will likely release it simply because it can still be used. Just because there's no gameplay element for it doesn't mean it won't be able to be used as similar to the 890 or the Phoenix. And I know that CIG uses that logic because the thing that makes the raft function isn't in the game yet, but they still released it, which is like tractor beams and such. The reason why? Because it can technically be used. Same with the whole A. It can technically be used, so just how it works. 400i could technically be used, even though it didn't have the X1 hanger. It didn't have the X1 for its hanger. Same concept. So E1 like there's no reason CIG won't release E1, especially if it can get done. Solomon says something. I need to make a chart of all the ships I'm waiting for, gin and tonic, and cross them out as I get them. Yeah, the Fleet Viewer is a great one for that one. At least the X1 is in the works now. Yes. Hey, the Prisoner. Taurus came out much later than the other Connies. That's true, but that came out. That was a result of a different hull variation. The E1. The A1 and the C1 are all the same hull. There is no different hull variations from them. It's just this in the C1, that back area that is a cargo area is swapped out for a deployment of bombs, and that is swapped out for some other luxury thing for the E1. So it's that's not a good analogy because the Connie is a very old ship that got updated. And where's the Ranger, darn it? We're not going to see the Ranger until they get their full wheel integration into the game. How many ships does this have for looking for this year? So 4 concept ships. I'm assuming at least 3 of them will be released. One of them likely just as concept, though it could be 2. So on the safe side, I'll say two of those concept ships will be released. Then we have the Spirit series, so that's another one, but it's also 3. And one of those concept ships, or one of those ships that's in unannounced, is likely going to have a variant. And one of those ships is likely going to be a variant of a current ship. So if we count variants, that's 5 plus the Santok Yai, so that's 6. I forgot the Santok Yai. Almost certainly Santok Yai is coming in. The Lynx 7, and I think what the other ones I talked about. Taurus is slightly longer, yeah. And there's no cradle in the back for the Mustang or for that. There is some hull variation, has that window hump. Yeah, but it's a small one. So at least 7, between 7 and 10 right now would be my guess. It also depends when 4.0 drops because we're almost certainly going to see the, and the SRV, I forgot. So that's 8. I'm always surprised you can keep all this in from my head. I can, but it also screws up my brain. It all gets discombobulated in my brain. At one point, I thought there was a capital ship team in the EU. I thought there was like a team that did capital ships in both of the teams. And Jared came on and said, "You're stupid. You're fucking dumb. Shut the fuck up, Paul. It's not how it works." I was like, "Oh right, my brain should not work properly." So I don't. So I'm gonna burst the bubble. We've heard nothing from about the Liberator, so I don't think it's going to happen. Yes, the people who own the Phoenix should get the links immediately when it comes out. I believe it comes with the links. Ferrister's also smart. I don't know what you're talking about. He's also an artiste. You should go check out Ferrister's YouTube channel. I forgot. I actually helped Ferrister make a video recently, so I'm on a video of Ferrister's video as well. We need a capital ship based off the Redeemer, like the Redeemer XXL. Get out, Ruben, right now. Get out. Hey, AstroPub, don't know if you answered this already, but did you see the Crusader component sneak peek? Any thoughts on what it is? Someone tagged me, I think, in a video or in a tweet about it. Based off of what I saw, my initial thought was quantum drive. It has all of the visual cues of a quantum drive. So a quantum drive is built like this. You have a rectangular box, and on either side of the box, you have a round circle, which will pop out to expose the inner, I guess, coils. And at the very top of the box, you have a couple of what looks like handles, which are actually latches or have little latches, so you can put a jump drive on top of it. Those are the 3 major kind of design elements of a quantum drive. And it has all those elements. But it also kind of looks like a thruster. So it could also be a thruster because it has that little glowing action part of it. And there is almost certainly, the MCV. That's 9. You forget about that. You're confused about the MCV? The MCV is the mobile construction vehicle. I might have upgraded the Ursa to something else. Will I still get the links? No, I don't think you will. Hey! Thank you for doing the Mech Arena stuff. We're at 29. I only need 21 more. Thank you for that. like I said, Mech Arena is pretty fun. We were sponsored all this week by Mech Arena. So if you you get the game, you get through, you do the link !mecha in chat. You click the link, you go through the process, you go through all the tutorial. I get credit for it, and it's actually pretty fun. So if you have a chance to play it. Hope you've been well. I've been okay. My family was over this weekend, so that's why I've been away. Normally I'd be trying to fight the Q boss like everybody else. It's a definitely fun distraction from 318. It's a good little small snippet and stuff like that. Does Crusader make any components in lore? If so, which ones? They don't, as far as I know, no. There is no reference of them making components, but that's a minor distinction. Lots of companies make components that don't actually make them in lore, like Aegis, but that's just because they haven't added that they made those components. So I could still see a bespoke Crusader or a Crusader designed quantum drive. It's not that too much. The mangled code weapon. Yeah, Spring Break for Rock 2. Kids making background noise in my conference calls. Yeah. It's Spring Break for everyone because it's South by right now, Jen. I had no idea I had a link, so I upgraded in Ursa. Come on, CIG. You can send in a request for it. Crusader makes bombs. They do. C3 Jupiter, you say? I don't say, sir. But MCV is the mobile construction vehicle. It's a craft ship. It's like a crafting ship. We know that it exists because it was leaked in a patch of 318 a while back with a full description of it, meaning that CIG was definitely interested in it. They was definitely working on it. It's probably one of the unannounced ships. I hate you. I hate you, Q-Pen, with such a blinding passion. And it looks just as ugly. So while you're here, have you thought of adding a ship purpose section to ship reviews? The combat performance section is great for combat craft and knowing a non-combat craft's defense. I'm curious as well as what ships do their job as well. Interesting concept. Maybe a crafting use for all the crap in caves. Yeah, probably crap in caves, stuff you can find on the on walkabouts. If you walk around the like Hurston and such, you can find like fruits and such. Likely also craftable for mining stuff. So you can get like raw resources like iron or aluminum or copper, and you combine them together with other resources to create certain things. Crusader got a shot of that war industry money and got hooked like a fish. Yeah. Base is eventually true, but I don't think that the MCV is designed as a base builder. It may be something like the Pioneer in that it's designed to build components of bases. I can build like walls and such, but it's not you can produce the parts, but you can't assemble them in place. Sorry about that, Fairster. Yeah, a lot of content creators come in and hang out here for some reason. It always boggles my mind when I see people who are like 4 times. There's more than once I've had someone pop in here, be like, "Oh yeah, I love watching you, Paul." And it's like, "Oh yeah, cool." We'll talk a little bit, and then like later I go like, "Wow, you were like 17 times my size, and you do other games than Star Citizen, and you just came in to check me out playing." Okay, hello, sir or madam. I am embarrassed now. Because you're the Lord of Lore. I really don't... I like the fact that I do lore and that nobody else does lore, but a lot of people come to me, it's like, I don't want to do lore because Paul does lore. And I'm just like, do the lore. God damn it, people. Do more lore. I want more people to do more lore because I'm a lore guy at heart for everything. So here's an example. I've been in a kick of doing Skyrim lore, like listening through Skyrim lore. There are like 4 different people I watch for doing Skyrim lore. I love it because I can just, when I get through that video, I can just pop over to another person and watch the same concept that they do in a different take. More content. And I know that if I'm like that, other people are like that. So I want it to be a situation where I make a lore video and then someone else watches Zin's lore video on Board Gamers channel and then somebody else's. So you can someone could literally fill their entire day just watching lore videos of Star Citizen. And that would be perfect. Just perfection. Epic Nate, yeah, that's who I want to talk about a lot. Epic Nate and Camel. I can't remember his full name. I just remember him as Camel. I think people watch it because you're an interesting guy to hang out with. Never been bored with some AstroPub on. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad I'm entertaining. Do you think CIG will miss the sales date then, Paul? Get lucrative start to your Lunar New Year with career and cargo hauling. Anticipated haul season pending arrival in 2023. We're giving players an opportunity to pick up Misk's iconic hauler as a concept pledge before it's the end year. I think it's planned for 4.0, March. I think it's planned for 4.0. Almost certainly it's a whole season planned for 4.0. But just because it's planned for 4.0 doesn't mean that 4.0 will come out this year. Lynx is a luxury Ursa. Yeah, that's what it is. It may be an entirely different vehicle, though. So who do you watch for Elder Scrolls role? Camel... Get up his full name. Camel Works is one of them. Epic Nate is another. Fudge Muppet's another one. I'm looking at my stuff to get them all because I don't remember the names of all this stuff. Shoddycast is pretty good, but they haven't updated in a while. I tend to find myself bouncing between Epic Nate and Camel Works more and more. Let's see if we can find the other one. I guess it must have been Shoddycast who was watching earlier as well. Stella Fortuna is not happening this month, this week. It may happen a little bit later, but right now it's not coming out this week. Normally it would. This would normally be the time for Stella Fortuna, but it seems to not be happening today or tomorrow, which is when it would be happening. Later, Ionic. Thanks for having a good night. Yes, Lorecast. I haven't just heard of the ES Lorecast. I have seen Camel Works. The podcast that he does. Is that Fudge Muppet and on there? I've not tried ESO. I do know some other people though. All Prime Skyrim country, Elder Scrolls. Yeah, it's Elder Scrolls, not necessarily Skyrim, but everyone knows what you're talking about. You know, and like Warhammer 40k, you've got Luton, you've got the Boys of Adeptus Ridiculous, you've got I'm blanking on his name. Major Kill. Those are the ones I tend to focus on. There's Oculus Imperia. Yeah, Oculus. I can't remember his full name. Imperia, I think. Imperium. Those are all great ones. Hold on. I got you. There. Should be good there, Looney Cool. I had not tried a ESO, though. Disappeared there for a moment. You should watch a lot of Fudge Muppet. Why did my Nomad to Corsair upgrade come with 2 Corsair and a Buccaneer? Copied the wrong thing. It's cool. So you do get a Corsair, or you get a Buccaneer, because if you don't have a ship that can be flown in Arena Commander, it comes, every ship that you have also comes with a ship you can fly in Arena Commander, which is how it does, how it works. So like if you have like a whole sea, you get I think a Hornet as a thing. So yeah. My man's a space wizard. I can just disappear like that now. But the end goal of that whole thing is to say, please make more lore content, more lore videos other than myself. I haven't watched Astro for a long time. It was a soothing voice, calm attitude, and I really like history. History is my favorite subject at school. Hey, I'm glad to hear that. Glad you're watching as well. Normally, I don't stream at this time, so this is kind of a special because I'm on spring break. So, all right. Let's stop right now. We just finished talking about ships. So, MANCHACA there is how you get that there. Your with an A at the end there. Your DJ. Finally found a starcitizen YouTuber that answers questions and talks to the community. I do my best. If you're finding a lot of the people who have lots of people who are watching, it's because it's hard for them to catch up with all this stuff, and I screw it up all the time. I do my best, though. The whole point of the office hours is more of this kind of interaction between you, like myself and y'all, gonna be more two-way street, and catch up with a lot of the stuff. You'd be interested in like Space Tomato's pretty good, though. He can get kind of overwhelmed with it as well. The Inforunner's another good one. No problem, Essie. I love doing it. All right, so this is where we're gonna go back to roadmap update. Now I'm gonna do my roadmap roundup video. So I'm gonna go through all of the delta changes and other stuff for the progress reports. To talk a little bit about the roadmap updates and the changes that have happened, to give some more context for stuff. So, for anyone who has not experienced a capsule before, what this will do is I will be talking at the camera about about the content, and I'll be moving forward from there, just talking about it. I won't be interacting with chat a lot, so it'll just be kind of that. I'm doing this as kind of a standalone video to release later. My Squadron 42 monthly report video will be coming out tomorrow, from what we did on last Thursday, and this will come out probably on Saturday, I want to say. And then the video that I'll do on Thursday will come out on next Wednesday. So stuff like that. Major topics have been Stella Fortuna, the status of Stella Fortuna. We've talked about ships, talked about 318 and 4.0 and stuff like that, and then we'll be talking about the roadmap roundup. So, kind of bouncing from stuff to stuff. All right, so give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab myself some more agua so my voice doesn't continue to die, and I'll be back. Don't try to spam any messages or spam voice stuff or sound stuff in chat, Twitch chat, because it doesn't work right now for some reason. I have to go through and fix it. Neutron boy, I see it. That's successful. Yeah, I wouldn't try to log on right now. I wait until the next patch. 3.18.1. All right. Which would be a better starter for a beginner, Avenger, or Cutter? Avenger. But Cutter's cheaper. All right. Here goes nothing. Did someone say rockin' stone? To the bone. Oh, I took it down. I had my mug up here. Again, I'll say this one more time. My claim to fame is that I actually was one of the first people to publicly show off Deep Rock Galactic at 2016 or 2017. It was 2016 or 2017 GDC. The developers were there and they were showing it off publicly live on stream. It was myself. I was pulled in to help because they didn't have enough devs to play all the different roles. So I hopped in to play one of the roles for them. So I was the only non-dev who was playing the game with them. So, and as a thank you, they gave me a mug. So I have a Deep Rock Galactic mug. So. I need to play that more often. All right. Deep Rock Galactic lore? No, I didn't really know it has lore. I could love to do it myself. Do a little fun thing. All right. 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right, capsule. This is a small section of my Office Hours live stream. Now, this was a special live stream that I did on Tuesday, March 14th, 2023. But normally you can find me live on Thursdays at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub or youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. Come down and join these wonderful folks here. Everyone say hi, chat. Live to come down and watch it live. We talk about the news, the lore, a bunch of other different things. But I decided to do these small sections because people wanted to not have to watch a 4-hour live stream to get some updates. But this is going to be my second major roadmap roundup and progress tracker kind of update that I've done. I had some feedback from the last ones, and I'll just address some of those real quickly. I called a bunch of these ones sprints when they're not really sprints. They're just planned work. Sprints is how they work on them, but it's just the wrong terminology. And a lot of people said, I know how the roadmap works. I didn't need the update. So I'm not going to be doing that for every single one. I didn't plan on that anyways, but this is just going to be an update on the progress tracker and the roadmap. Now, this is not a summary. There's nothing wrong with summaries, but I find that you lose a lot of context for what's actually being updated based off of just summarization. So we're going to go through every single change that was made for the progress tracker in the last update, which happened on March 8th. So with that being said, let's dive right into the roadmap roundup for March 8th. All right, so it's nice and big. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Every 2 weeks, we come into the roadmap update with a brief explanatory note to give you insight into the decision making that led to any changes. This is part of an effort to make our communications more transparent, more specific, and more insightful. For those of you who helped to make Star Citizen Squad 42 possible. With that said, let's go ahead and dive into this week's roadmap roundup. So the first off is the release view. The links is coming in 3.19. It's being added to the column, added to the release column view. Building, implementing, and balancing RSI's planetary rover, the links as a gameplay-ready vehicle. Very cool. And then progress tracker. With this published, we're adding additional Q1 2023 and Q3 2023 schedules for the downstream and upstream teams, respectively. The following deliverable is added to the progress tracker. Additional derelict settlements. Settlements with both gameplay and social elements spread throughout the Stanton Wilderness using the Rastar tool. Very cool. So those are, if you just read the roadmap roundup, that's all you would find. But they did change a bunch of stuff, as it says. We're adding additional Q1 2023 and Q2 2023 schedules for downstream upstream. This is where I pull out a tool that you can use. It's called shinytracker.app. It's made by Shiny Hobo, who is created this, follows the channel, does a lot of this stuff. Check it out yourself. It's a fantastic tool to use. Basically what this does is it scrapes all the data, figures out what changed, and then explains how that changed, updated. So it's just a small bot that he created for this. Now, of the total, there are 486 deliverables listed, but only 64 modifications were created, 0 removals, 1 addition to this in this update. Not all removals are intentional. Is currently a bug with how time is entered in progress tracker and cause deliverables to disappear. So the one thing they added was, actually, I'll just click me. Oop. Here we go. On average, the schedule expanded by 24 days. 12 deliverables were not extended, so these were all not extended. Currently scheduled tasks in estimated man days are the bug fixing, miscellaneous support, outpost, homestead, independent outlaw, persistent streaming and server meshing, Squadron 42 vehicle support, building exteriors, so on and so forth. Very cool. So I'm going to close that again. Additional derelict settlements with the tool with social elements spread throughout the Stanton Wilderness using Rastar tool. So this is scheduled to go until June 29th, which is just an estimation, so like the end of June. Following teams were assigned. Montreal Sandbox 1 began work on the 4th with 2 design devs and 3 art devs. So you know that if Montreal is doing it, it's probably going to end up coming up pretty quickly. 64 deliverables updated. Achievement service was moved to an earlier time time allocation removals prior to likely from 2023-2012 to 2021-9-27. That's finished. Or they stopped working on it. Aerodynamic control surfaces. This was extended to the May 8th, so early May. They also added 20 days of work with 1 engineering dev for 13 tasks. AI vehicle perception. This is one of those things they've been talking about in the monthly reports a lot. This was extended to February. And we know that a lot of that is actually finished because they added at least the initial implementation. So that might change it a bit. The C8R Pisces was added, finished up because it was released in 3.17. Bounty Hunter V2. This was extended to... sorry about that. I'm getting some of these things. There we go. Turn that off for now. We're sponsored. I'll talk about it at the end of the stream, though. So if you want to know why those little information comes up. Let's see. Bounty Hunter V2. This was extended to July of 2023. The EU landing zone team added 20 days of work, and the narrative team added 27 days of work. So this is probably more focused on expanding how the landing zones and such work, or how bounty hunting work when it comes to actually turning in the criminals. We actually know some of this stuff already because some of this stuff was specifically mentioned in the monthly reports as generic security turn-in spots. Bug fixing and tech debt, obviously extended till September. This was just AI team added a bunch of stuff. EU Landing Zone 1, EU Landing Zone 2, lighting team, and the vehicle feature team. Some of them freed up some work. They added a bunch of work. This is just stuff that we'll see even beyond Star Citizen's eventual 1.0 release. Building interiors. End date has been extended from June to September. Freed up two slots of 14 days of work. Montreal Sandbox added 73 days of work, and Narrative added 27 days of work. So we've got some more stuff there for building interiors. So likely not coming in 3.19, probably more 4.0, which makes more sense, or after 4.0. Then we're releasing the Squadron 42. The Chapter 1 was extended to June. We see one engineering team with 2 tasks. Level design 2, flight added 41 days of work. 8 devs. Tech animation was assigned. And vehicle feature team was assigned. 1 engineering, 1 design dev. Then we see the extension of Chapter 2 to March, the end of March, with an art team and level design. Social added. So the social team added some stuff there, so we're working on that. Chapter 4, so we skipped Chapter 3. That does not mean that Chapter 3 is done. It just means that they're not working on it right now. They extended that to the end of March. It's just by a day, it looks like. They added 6 art devs and 1 design dev. Chapter 5 was extended to April. A lot of stuff is added there. Gameplay story, Squadron 42 art, feature team, level design 1, 2, and 3, tech animation, and vehicle feature team. So I'd love to see what we're going to see at the end of this month in terms of Squadron 42's update, because that looks like Chapter 5's got a big whole chunk of stuff added to it. Then we skip 6 again, so going to Chapter 7. That was extended to the end of May with flight team, the tech animation team, and vehicle feature team, adding some stuff there. Then we skip 8, go straight on to 9. That's extended to early March with level design 2, flight team specifically adding a couple different designers. Skip 10, go to 11. End of March, Squadron 42 level design 1 and level design 2. FPS and flight team were working on stuff. Okay. For those of you who don't know, Squadron 42 is broken up into 3 separate distinct categories: social, FPS, and flight. They do dovetail and fish into one another, but those are the 3 teams who work on the actual work of the game. So when you see things like FPS and flight, that's what they're talking about. Then we go to Chapter 12, ends and extended to June. We see the facial animation team, gameplay story, Squadron 42 level FPS, and then vehicle feature team also added some stuff there. Skip Chapter 13. Chapter 14 was extended to July. And we see AI tech teams, Squadron 42 art with cinematics, FPS team, flight team, tech animation team, and vehicle feature team with engineering and design devs. That's another one of those big heavy ones they're working on right now. Chapter 15 was extended to the end of March. Gameplay story added some stuff, and the socials team added more. End of March for Chapter 16. FPS, flight, and social were all added extended stuff, so they're really working on the gameplay aspects of 16, so not working on the technical stuff of, like, does it work or not. 17, we see, again, extended to June. We see gameplay story added some stuff, Squadron 42 art, the FPS and flight, and vehicle feature team added some people there. Chapter 18, we've got May, gameplay story, art, FPS, flight, and vehicle feature team. So some of these you can probably tell which one's more heavily social and versus heavily combat oriented. 19, this was extended to the end of March. We see a huge amount of stuff. 5 animation devs, 1 tech content, 1 narrative designer, 6 FPS, and 6 design devs, and 2 for FPS and 2 for flight, and 1 for social. That's another big one they're hitting on. Chapter 20 comes out with at the end of March. See gameplay story added with animation devs, 4 animation devs, narrative 1 design, art added with 6 art devs, FPS has 6 devs, and social has 1 design dev. So probably more FPS and social designed. Chapter 21, we see July. We see added for gameplay story, art, flight, Tech animation and vehicle feature. 22 was extended to the end of March. Did you see if I skipped anything? No, it's all pretty solid. When to the end of March, we see gameplay story, narrative, art with cinematics and art devs. Then we see FPS, flight, and social all adding. There are 10 design devs on FPS. That is pretty heavy FPS, I'm guessing. 23 was extended to the end of March with gameplay story, art, and social. 2 design devs there. 24, we see end of March, FPS and Squadron 42 flight. 25. That work was finished on the 1st or the end of January with just 1 social team added. So 26 was the end of March. Gameplay story, art, specifically just art, no cinematics. Then FPS with 9 design devs, 1 social, and then tech animation content. And then 27, which was extended to the end of June, or to the beginning of June, with flight, with 4 new design devs, and vehicle feature team with 1 engineering dev. So, character creator, which is another thing they talked about in the monthly report, was got some work on it, especially around hair and customization with the new DNA stuff they have. 2042 added 1 engineering dev. Character work, which is another one of those things, extended to the end of March. AI tech feature team with 3 animation, 1 design, and 7 engineering devs. Facial animation added, mocap team, tech animation team. They just came back from a big tech rework, or like a mocap stuff for squadrons, so that makes sense. Checkpoint and skip point tutorial. This is part of the PES system, I believe, is what they're using for this one. That was extended to June, and it has 1 engineering dev. Derelict spaceships, point of interest. This was ended in February, which makes sense. Narrative added 27 days of work, so it's a little bit more stuff for derelict spaceships. Released in 3.16 and continued to work. Distortion propagation, which is expanded to June at the end. Drake Corsair, obviously finished way back. Drake Cutter, finished way back. Dynamic events. This is extended to the end of March, which the narrative team added 3 new designers. 2 new designers, so a total of 3 devs. So they're definitely working on some sort of dynamic event. My guess is something for 3.19. Fire Hazard. This was finished up. This stretch of work finished up in February. Feature team with 1 engineering dev. Freight elevators extended to the end of March. EU landing zone 2 with 1 art dev. So not really building it, more designing it, looks like. Jump points was extended to mid March, which we actually did see in the monthly report of them working on jump points themselves. Vehicle feature team freed up 7 to 5 engineering devs, and the end date was moved earlier. So it was originally from June and it was moved up earlier. So Lorville Cityscapes. Narrative added 2 design devs through it. So it doesn't change the day, but they just kind of added more concept there. Map and radar system rework was extended to the end of March with 1 engineering dev from Squadron 42 and 2 vehicle engineering teams from engine devs. MFD rework, again, Squadron 42 heavy, extended to, well, it's not extended, still in June. New devs and 1 design dev. Miss Cole C freed up. So the Miss Cole C is done. A lot of the stuff is finished. I've said this before, but they seem to have gone through another pass and finished up a lot of stuff. But that's finished as of right now. They may have more stuff to add down the road, though. Miscellaneous support, gameplay story for narrative and Squadron 42 feature team, and vehicle feature teams had a bunch of other stuff. Moby Glass rework, which was extended to the mid-March, so today. Good congratulations, Moby Glass rework team. You're done for today. 2 engineering devs with 10 tasks. New mission, Orison. This was for 3.18 release, which is out now. Sort of. New player experience. This was extended to the end of March EU Landing Zone 2 added 13 days of work, Sandbox 2, and Narrative Design Dev action 2 new tasks. So this was something that's coming out in 3.19, so it's interesting to see that. Origin X1, they freed up 28 days of work because they now are scheduled to, it was always scheduled, I think they changed it around a little bit more. Persistent Hangars in September, the end date is extended to September, and with the EU Landing Zone 2 being assigned 1 art dev with 4 tasks. Okay. Persistent Streaming and Server Meshing. Vehicle Feature Team freed up 61 days of work to 3 engineering devs with 17 tasks. Player Interaction Experience, T2 Visor and HUD Elements. This is Squad 42 Heavy. Vehicle Feature Team was assigned, revealing 62 days of work with 1 new design dev. Okay. Pyro Space Stations. This is extended to August, the other A. EU Landing Zone 2 added a bunch of work, art devs and design devs, and narrative add. We did see that in the monthly report as well, that they've been working on the Pyro Space Stations. Pyro System Planets and Mission Setup. Interactables team was assigned a bunch of new people. So the same stayed the same, but they added more people. They extended the Quantum Travel experience to today-ish. Vehicle Feature Team added 27 days of work with 3 times engineering devs. Fun story. One of the developers who's behind this posted about this. This work was done by a developer who's brand new, who just came onto the team. He posted about how some of this stuff was reworked in 3.18, and that he was part of this team who did this. So it's just a nice little fun connection I just made there. So resource management it's still set to happen in September, but they added a bunch more work with 2 design devs and 4 engineering devs. Save and load. This is the other thing that's using PES for Squadron 42. This was extended to today for March, and they added 78 days of work, 2 engineering teams with 12 tasks. Space Mines. So this was no longer being used. It was changed to the 7th of last year, 7th of July of last year. Squadron 42 vehicle support. This is extended to just a little bit in September. They had 1 cinematics art dev, and then they added 1 more art devs for a total of 4, added 9. So they removed 2 and removed 1 engineering dev and design dev. Subsumption editor integration. This is extended to March. 1 engineering dev. Third person camera version 2. Oh, that's an interesting one. I didn't know that they were working on that. End date moved to earlier. Oh, that's because it was already done back in 2021. Unannounced vehicle. I was assigned revealing 7 days of work. So they finally added one of the unannounced vehicles to the roadmap. Underground facilities was extended to July. So UGFs were extended to July with 3 design devs, 4 art devs from EU Sandbox, and then Montreal has 1 design dev and 4 art devs. And lastly, vehicle tractor beams, just nothing changed except for they added 1 design dev for narrative. So, not a lot of change, though I think some other things which are more important to note from this were the vehicle tractor beams hasn't changed from its original date, but they've been adding narrative stuff. And generally speaking, the lore team is the first and the last teams that really get the handle on a lot of these concepts. They come in to help flesh out components and missions and stuff like that. But they aren't usually the first people in there. So that could mean that Vehicle Tractor Beams is starting its progression, but based off of our previous readings and monthly reports, it's actually probably closer to finish, which is another little big pile of evidence that Vehicle Tractor Beams may be coming to us sometime in May with 319, or at least plan to, may not actually do so. UGF seem to be coming sooner than we think, with a lot of heavy stuff, especially coming towards Montreal. We see resource management is getting a lot of new devs added. A lot of other stuff is pretty much the same. Origin X1's finally making it in there. New player experience, Moby Glass rework, MFDs, map and radar, jump points, which again, a lot of the stuff is reflective of the monthly report as well. The big one was Squadron 42. there's really not a lot of extension for Squadron 42 stuff. Most of it has been extended, especially the chapters have only been extended a little bit to a couple of days to maybe a month or so. Most of it is being actively worked on. And a lot of that stuff is being actively worked on by the design teams, the teams who are coming in to actually design the gameplay, not just make the levels function and such. That's pretty good as well. Overall, it's a smaller update compared to what we've had in the past, but a lot of good stuff kind of indicating the thrust of what CIG can be working on for the rest of the year. As always, I do want to know if this helps you or not, if you enjoyed this content, if you want me to continue to do this in the future, I will certainly do so. And as always, make sure that you are subscribed to us here on Twitch and on YouTube, and follow us on Twitch as well to come join us live for these sorts of situations. Love to see you here. And if you did enjoy this, make sure you like the video, hit subscribe button, hit the little bell icon. And lastly, I do want to hear your thoughts down below on any of this. Comment down below your own thoughts. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Nice and short. It was only about 24 minutes. It's not bad. Let me see what it's got. Yeah, thank you for that sponsor stuff. Let me go back to the presentation. Turn it back on. Sorry, I forgot that it was on. That was 2 it looked like we got through. So, where's this? Looking for it. 31 people. Yes! Thank you. I'm now down to 19 before I have to, before Sunday. So, to give you a context, they've paid me a little under $300 to stream the game and an additional $300 bonus for playing in team matches. And if I get 50 people to sign up and just to try to go through the beginning, they'll up that 200, like it's like 260, 240, 260, something. I think it might be 240 for the initial payment, up to $600. So that would get me to about $900, which is slightly less than what I got paid for from Twitch last month, which is big. That covers my expenses very easily. So. Is there a link to this? Yes, let me give you the link for Shiny Tracker. The shinytracker.app. I'll put this in chats for both y'all. Accountant Solutions. Well, I mean, you know you always know the struggle there, Ferrister, because there's a lot of things that we have to pay for content. Like you have to pay for editing software, you have to pay for any footage you can find that's not yours, especially if you're using stock footage. You have to pay for various services to help track things, like I use vidIQ. And there's always more things you have to do. So. We do need rangers. I need to curse you for getting hooked on Macarena. It's a fun game. I'm surprised how good it was. Do you think the map and radar work will breathe new life into stealth? I really hope so. I really hope so. I really hope so. Great DXV. Hopefully you got that link. So. I'm like, Stella Fortuna canceled or confirmed? It is delayed. Not canceled for sure, but it is delayed. It's funny you say that you don't often see the AstroPub curse, but there's at least one person who's like, you curse like a thaler every time you do a captain's table. It's like, I don't, but I definitely curse. Try to keep it within reason, though. Why is there a folder for Star Citizen when you're supposed to delete? It just has shader information is what it does. It compiles shaders. And sometimes you don't really have to. It still functions without it, but it can cause issues for right now. The reason why is because many different reasons. So there are any tidbits of info that you've had to do the server farm. Server farm? What are you talking about? LGA, I don't know what you're talking about. Some music on some channels get warped like portable duct tape running through its storm age. So, Solomon, the reason why that happens is Twitch. You have to like clear your cache. It's a Twitch issue. So extra, if you're hearing that, that's the reason why. I'm coming back to the beginning. Some bees communicate using wiggle dance. Chameleons change their skin to tone and communicate emotions. Will CIG have any aliens that communicate in unique ways? Yes. The Vandul. The Vandul communicate through their skin glowing, different colors. That's one of the ways they do. Almost certainly we'll see some similar stuff with the Banu and the Xi'an and the Tavaran. So Mech Arena is fun until you hit the paywall. But once you hit the paywall, you can stop and just come back. Hey, but I'm back and you're still going live. Yeah. Mech Arena, it's a sponsorship. They've sponsored the stream. They sponsored me for the entire week. It's a free-to-play mobile, but it also does it on PC game now. If you've played mech games like Mech Warrior and such like that, it's effectively like a Mech Warrior Lite. It's very, very simple, stripped down kind of concept. It's pretty easy and fun to play, but it's also a free-to-play game, a free meme game, so it's got a bunch of stuff added to it. Any non-humanoid intelligences? Not that we know of yet. So if you want to try it out, !Mecha in chat will give you that link. You can download it. Play it for free. As long as you get through the tutorial, I get credit for it. So even if you don't like it, you're like, yeah, it's not for me. That's great. It takes you like less than 10 minutes to get through it. They communicate by who has the better knife. So they're Australians. I could say that because the Australians are asleep right now. Other jungle rainforest plants? Yes, there are. Goss is a pretty famous one. Green is a pretty big one. There was one on Virgil. Oh, sad. I gave myself a sad. There's Toe Hill, another good one. Mech Arena is the game we're talking about. I'm getting sponsored offers myself, and I have no idea what to look out for. Any suggestions as they come across my way? Generally speaking, if you're starting to get sponsored options, see what they're looking for. Do not accept a sponsorship if it's just a referral code. Because referral codes, generally speaking, are them trying to do lazy work for you. Unless that referral code comes with some perks, some advantages, early access, money of some kind, I generally would stay away from that. The other thing to look out for is for people who are just looking for exposure. They're just looking for early access stuff and give it to you. Unless it's really interested, don't do that. The other thing I would say in terms of sponsorships in general is if you can, do research on them. Do research on the company that's offering it to you, because they'll usually have, especially if it's a team that's doing, like a management team that's doing it, they'll have some sort of sign off. Look them up on Glass Booth, that sorts of things. Google them. And then try to get a deal with what they're trying to get you to promote beforehand. Like, I played Mech Arena before I did the sponsorship, so. And read the contract. Look at exactly what they're asking you to do. They have to be very clear in what they're asking you to do. I want aliens to do Bumblebee dance. You ever hang out in t-shirt and jeans shirt while you work, where you're at work and when you're online so we can see casual Astro? So, some people have seen casual Astro before because I do it when I paint. But, are there any oceanic planets? Lots, yeah. Nemo is probably a big one, but there's a couple of them. I did get a very notable Raid Shadow Legends offer. Is it from Stream Elements? Because Stream Elements does that's the one I'm doing mine through. They're a pretty good service. They pay you pretty well. A lot of these, let me put it this way. It's not a coincidence that a lot of people have said, I would love to help you out there, Paul, but I already did this for Salty Mike. It's like, because Salty Mike and I use the same service. Whale communication only on Nemo. Funny story is that Nemo doesn't actually have any natural alien life on it. It was a naturally habitable oceanic world that had no natural life on it, but had oil. Had large deposits of oil. MechWarrior is pretty impressive. My brother has a HOTAS setup and likes to play it. It's as well as Flight Sim. MechWarrior is great. Mech Arena is not MechWarrior, but I say it's like a lighter version. It's very easy. Like, the controls are very simplistic. It's not that as complicated. So. Oil, you said. Previous life, yeah. I think they've introduced life since then, but there's no life on the world. There was no life on the world, but it was habitable. Yeah. Oh, Loud Guns had a vid today, and the lack of people testing PTU. How much of the current problem do you think that is a factor in? Major prop factor. 100% is a major factor. Like, I wouldn't blame people for not testing it. Like, but if you're looking for a reason as to why this happened, that's why it happened. CIG doesn't have the volume testing they can get in PTU that Live has. That's why every time Jared says the live environment is also a testing environment, that's what he means. They just don't like to do that because they also know that people play their game as a game now. I did what I could, but it is disappointing. It is disappointing. That's why it's important. Like, for instance, no matter what happens, I'm going to get over $500 from this sponsorship, which is exactly what I need. Like, that's bang on perfect. That's about what I make from Twitch, or not Twitch, from YouTube and from Patreon. So that's a perfect supplement to my income. Did at least 10 to 15 bug reports. Oh, you're talking about you were talking about reporting, yeah. I just want to be able to visit Mars someday so I can live out my Total Recall life. Hey, me too. Me too. Yeah, no, 318 was always going to be like this. There's nothing that this was always going to happen. There's nothing that CIG could do to prevent something like this. It's just the fact of what they're dealing with, how they're doing, and how they're releasing the game. In fact, I'm going to tell you something, especially if you're just coming in now, something that might upset you as well, which is this is what 4.0 is going to be like. It's going to be very similar. Probably not as bad, but fairly close. What if they name each space whale on Orison after someone who bought a Kraken? That'd be funny. Yeah. I don't like talking about finances too much because I don't do this for the money, but the money does help justify me being able to do it. I feel you there. It's a pretty awesome to have a hobby that pays for itself. Yeah. It helps supplement as well. Like, I can take some of the money and I can put it in savings and stuff like that. That helps me out. Do I have a lot of sources and referrals? No, actually, I don't. The reason why is because I don't make content that's really geared towards new players. So let me look at my total referrals. I have a referral, !StarCitizen in chat will give you my referral code, but I have a total of 34 people. I've been streaming this game. I've been making content for this game since 2015. I have 36 people who have used my code. The last person who enlisted, who got the game was in November 20th of 2022. Oh, that's prospects. Last person who enlisted was July of 2022. Yeah. Are people going to visit Mars before 2030? I hope so. In reality, like IRL, yes. Do you think the rumored 4.0 will be bad if they withdraw server meshing from the patch? Yeah, yes. Yes. I think it'll still be bad if they had server meshing. Doesn't matter. I think it'll still be bad. The amount of people who probably get the game because of lore is probably very low. Yeah. And that's what I'm mostly known for is lore. Lore and Captain's Table. So I get every so often I'll get people who come on and be like, wait, you play the game? I'm like, I play the game all the time. Lies, you don't play the game isn't real, there is no game. Well, all I can say is that I'm glad that my content is not just gameplay related, because it's made my job a lot easier this week. There's nothing wrong with people poo-pooing space. We will, the other thing is, I do think that CIG will, 318, I'm sure will solve most of these problems. I don't think it'll solve all the problems. I'm still sure there'll be some major issues, but I can almost guarantee you that 318.1 will fix a lot of the problems. You could really, if you really play the game, prove it by playing right now. I see what you're doing, Shifty. I still think 4.0 will be less buggy to roll out than 3.0. Well, yeah, 3.18 is less buggy to roll out than 3.0 is. Almost certainly it'll be better, but this is a kind of an idea. There may be entire sections where you can't even play the game. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for the support and the help. It's nice to see y'all hanging out with us. We'll be back. Make sure everything's here. Okay. We'll be back Thursday for another office hours. I know, 2 office hours in one week. Magic. Such a thing. But this will be normal time, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. We'll be talking a little bit about the future of Star Citizen. We'll be talking about whatever's updated with ISC. I want to see if this inside Star Citizen. So we can Star Citizen. So yeah, Inside Star Citizen. We'll check out Inside Star Citizen and talk a little bit more about that kind of stuff. So yeah. Thank you all for hanging out. Do you think they'll ever fix elevators? Yes, eventually. Just take a bit. Thank you all for hanging out with us. Love your faces. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.